Welcome, everyone, to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by State Farm. In case that means we're in Arizona.
That's right,
the
cactus. The cactus.
Throw it out. Mets and Diamondbacks, who get to see that game right here this afternoon, coming up a half hour from now. Madison Bumgarner on the hill against David Peterson. Last of three, Diamondbacks took game 6-5 last night. Again, this will be the rubber match then. Again, the Mets in first place in the NL East, even with a huge amount of injuries, but somehow getting their players back, and they are on top. Brian Kenny here, Sean Casey here. Good to see you, Case.
BK, what's going on, brother?
Here on Lou Gehrig Day. Again, it's the first time that Major League Baseball is doing this officially, honoring the all-time great player, one of the all-time great men of baseball. We've got the pins for Lou Gehrig, ALS awareness as well. We'll talk to Lou Gehrig a little later on as
Love
well.
to, yeah.
So, also, again, we'll talk to Pete Alonso, first baseman for the Mets. He's back in there, and they have been amazing. So let's first go back. Let's look at the game last night. Went 10 innings. Everything goes 10 innings these days. Then it's over right away. Go back and take a look at last night.
So now with the tying run at third and 2 out in the last of the ninth, Josh Rojas, who had the dust up with Marcus Stroman at the end of the 5th inning.
Base hit, we're tied.
Josh Rojas, who had some words with Stroman, gets to shout at the top of his lungs here.
And a line drive down the right field line. Fair ball into the corner.
Here comes Escobar. Here comes Pavin Smith. Diamondbacks are going to win the ball game. And the Diamondbacks get the walk-off win.
Yeah, Josh Reddick with a 2-run walk-off double in the 10th. Arizona takes it, but as you see in the NL East, the Mets still with, and Case, this is different. Like, most races are very close. Most of the divisions are, there's a half game separating the team on top with the second place team. Mets somehow, that's a healthy lead for right now in baseball. 3.5 game lead over the Braves and the Phillies, Marlins, and the Nationals. Well, 7 games under 500. But the Mets have been amazing, given that, and I use that term not loosely, it's in my head, but they have so many injuries, and they've somehow been able to stay up on top. Jonathan Villar will lead things off for the Mets tonight. This afternoon, Francisco Lindor batting second. Then James McCann, he's behind the plate. Alonso at first. We'll speak to Pete Alonso later. Kevin Pillar is the center fielder. He's back in there after taking a fastball to the face only 2 weeks ago and busted up. His face broken up. He's back in lineup playing center field. Dominic Smith in left. Brandon Drury in right. Jose Peraza at second base. And David Peterson is the pitcher. So you see some unfamiliar names. But, Case, the Mets were like signing us off the street. That's so many injuries. Like Cameron Maybin has come and gone already. But how have they been able to stay in first place?
BK, when you see the Mets sitting at 26 and 21 atop of the East, it's amazing to look and see what's happened this season. I mean, you go look at all the guys that have been on the disabled list. I mean, it's pretty unbelievable. I mean, take a look. I mean, when we start top to bottom, McNeil right out the gates. I mean, running down to first base, bam, blows out his hammy. Never a great injury to have. There's a huge bat in that order, top of that order. Conforto, all-star, bam, he blows a hammy out right at the same time. 2 big cogs in the wheel right there that go down. Not good. And this right here, Franklin Lindor hasn't gotten going. I'm sure he will, BK. His last 5 games have been better, but still under 200 coming in today. Kind of struggled. James McCann, the other big signing this offseason for the Mets, he's kind of scuffled at the plate too. So what do? They had to have guys step up. Jonathan Villar has been absolutely awesome since he's got a chance to play every day. Doing all the little things, doing them all right, stealing bases, getting big hits, and that's what, watch this right here. A little bit of, high baseball IQ. Hey, you're going to lob it in against the Phillies. Bam, I'm going to take the extra base. He's brought a lot of energy to that team. And Tomas Nido, man, this guy has really stepped in. With McCann struggling, he's gotten a lot of time behind the dish and really stepped up at the plate, and offensively and defensively. Throwing guys out, bringing a lot of energy. That's been huge. A guy to step in right there. And Pillar's been great. Kevin Pillar's been great until, like you talked about, BK, he got that pitch, and this is what he's known for, man. Center field, going to get the baseball, covers those gaps, unbelievable jumps on the ball. But when he took this shot against the Braves a few weeks ago, right in the nose, broke a bunch of fractures in his nose, not a great thing, but bam, he's back. He came back, and those guys are excited. That brings a lot of energy back to the Mets. And you look at that rotation. Syndergaard, hasn't pitched this season, still been banged up. Carrasco, they got in that trade with Lindor from the Indians. He hasn't pitched either. He's pretty much been banged up, but they've kind of counted on Stroman. I mean, Stroman has been a guy that didn't play last season, but has stepped up this season big time. And the acquisition, Taijuan Walker, man, this guy has been great too. really a resurgence of his career and really kept the Mets where they need to be. And obviously, we all know about DeGrom and what he does. But, you know, you look at these guys right here with VR and Pilar and Nido, Stroman and Walker. They've been a huge reason why the Mets are in first place in the East.
You know, if you told me all those things were happening, like all the injuries, and also that basically they've not had their full squad out on the field, even knowing that they have Jacob deGrom pitching, but also knowing that Francisco Lindor is hitting 198 with no power and has even struggled at shortstop, I would say, all right, so they're 7 games out, right? Like, there's no way
There's no
they'd be in
chance.
first place. They have benefited in that the rest of the division has shrunk back a little bit. So I thought the Braves would be a super team this year. It's not happening, not yet.
The Braves have kind of scuffled along. They've been around 500. The Phillies look like they're going to get going, but they never do. You know, so in the Nationals, I thought the Nationals would be so much better than they've been. They're at the bottom there. So yeah, the East is anybody's for the taking, and the Mets are in great shape because, like you said, they weathered the storm, and they're going to get healthy. They're going to get guys back, and Lindor is going to get going at some point.
I tell you, and watching them, and I've gotten to watch a bunch of Mets games, like start to finish, like Pilar and VR have been like instrumental to get base running and fielding guys for a team that is going to hit. You know, they've got the hitters, but when you have guys that can field and run, it brings a dynamic energy to the club.
You need that. You need that, and you need guys like Pilar, the way he plays the game and the way he can go get it in center field, and VR. Just where we saw that, take that extra base, right?
His base running
big
is
baseball IQ,
yeah.
right? And steals a lot of bases too. So you need those guys along with the Alonsos and the big boppers in that lineup.
Yeah, VR, by the way, like when you see him, you figure, all right, that's one of the best base runners in the game. Yes, he is. Base running runs year after year. Take a look at our poll for you today, and you can. We're asking you who will win today's game, the Mets or the Diamondbacks. You can let us know what you think. Pitching matchup again is David Peterson versus Madison Bumgarner. Bumgarner has been great through a no-hitter, like a rogue no-hitter that they're not officially counting. But he threw that no-hitter. But he's also gotten roughed up. His ERA is over 8 in the last 3 starts. So Bumgarner has struggled. You see a 5.15 ERA on the whole so far this season. So we're asking you who will win today's game, Mets or Diamondbacks. Here's what's coming up here as we get closer to game time over the next half hour. We've got Pete Alonso. We'll talk 101 with Pete Alonso. We'll have picks to click as well. We'll return back here, get used to and get ready for the Mets and the Diamondbacks.
Hang on to the roof! Deep! This one is out of here!
Has to tack one on here. Escobar. That's 4 in a row for Eduardo Escobar, and it's 6-0. El de la Pica, Fogo Power.
Congratulations, I'm proud of you.
Absolutely. And Nido smacks one in the air to deep left center. Back goes Ozuna onto the warning track at the wall. It's out of here! The Mets take the lead in the 9th on a Tomas Nido home run. And the Mets lead it 4-3. And Azika grounds one down to first. Coming home is Mancini, the slide. Save for the Mets, win it! Mazika does it again! He drives home another winning run! The Mets rally for 2 in the bottom of the 9th, and they beat the Orioles 3-2.
And now, Valley Sports Arizona presents the starting lineup for your Arizona Diamondbacks. Leading off for the D-backs, catcher.
Welcome back, everyone. The MLB Game of the Week pregame show is presented by State Farm. Take a look at this, a little Met history here. You know, Case, at one point, Ed Kranepool owned all Met records. Not this
anymore.
Most home runs first 3 seasons. Actually, Darryl Strawberry, who had 380 games. Pete Alonso with a short season last year, 256 games, and has 76 up there with some all-time greats like David Wright as well. And joining us right now is Pete Alonso in Arizona. Pete, Brian Kenny here with Sean Casey. How are you?
Doing good, guys. How you doing this morning?
Pete, we're doing well. Are you aware of Mets records? Do you ever look over and take a look and see who's on these all-time records, especially given that you hit so many home runs your rookie year?
Well, now I did. I mean, I saw it pop up on the screen, but I really don't necessarily pay attention to that kind of stuff. I mean, for me, my job is to go out there and compete every single day and give my team the best chance they can to win. So I just want to be out there, be healthy, and give all I got every single day.
Yeah, give it a couple of years and you can take a look at it. We'll do that too. Pete, I know so many of your guys were injured, and you were injured as well. What was it like when you were like piling up on the bench, on the injured list, and watching like a lot of new Mets being signed and brought out there? What was that like to try to deal with that and try to keep the ship floating while you guys were hurt?
Well, for me, I mean, the best thing I could do is help be a coach in a way, help point out some things that I see in the game. And taking some time away off the field, it gives you a different perspective on the game. It gives you a chance to watch the game from a different lens. So, I mean, I'm just happy I get to join the party again. I mean, the boys have been playing really well, and yeah, I'm excited to be back.
Pete, you joined the party in a big way the other night. Big knock with the bases loaded, and then you went two-run big fly. With DeGrom on the mound, I'm interested to see you as a player having a first-class seat right there every day watching this guy pitch. What's it like watching him toe that slab?
I mean, it's absolutely great. I mean, he's the best in the game right now at what he does, and it's really special. And also, he's a hell of a ping pong player too. Me and him are ping pong partners, and so far we're undefeated in the clubhouse. That's the most important thing.
That makes a lot of sense. Are you a big backhand guy or forehand guy?
Oh, both.
But that's why you're good. Hey, speaking of ping pong, and I think this kind of adds to it right now, I know for you, being a first baseman, obviously we think of Pete Alonso as that big home run hitter. But defensively, you take a lot of pride in that. Can you talk about your game? Looks like your game's going another level. What does playing good defense mean to you?
I mean, there's a ton of different ways to win a ball game. Yes, you can win a ball game by having a big hit, driving one over the wall or into the seats, but to me, you can win, especially if you get a high-quality pitcher on the mound. Like today, we're facing Madison Bumgarner, who's a hell of a pitcher, who has a ton of accomplishments. So, like, if he's on, it's going to be tough to score runs. So, you can win the game defensively or taking an extra base. I mean, there's so many different ways you can win. So I feel like the more I evolve, the better I can help my team win.
Pete, I don't know the answer to this. I'm kind of afraid to ask, but do you ever ask Keith Hernandez? Like, I know he's broadcasting. I don't know how the relationship is, but he was something special at first base. You guys ever talk about that?
Well, I mean, since COVID, Keith hasn't really come in the clubhouse. He just kind of talks like upstairs. He doesn't really talk to us much. He's more in the broadcast and that type of side. So he doesn't really offer pointers or advice. But I know he's won a boatload of Gold Gloves. But if he ever wants to come down from the broadcast booth, that'd be any advice is more than welcome.
Yeah, tell you what, you should hit him up. I'm just watching him for all those years. You should. Again, I know he's broadcasting the games, but you should go after him. You would learn something. We'd all learn something. I want to ask you something specifically now about game prep. Madison Bumgarner is pitching today. Just to give us an idea, is your game prep, how does that work? Does baseball ops come to you, a coach? Is it simple? Is it sophisticated? How does it work?
Well, we have kind of a team approach that we go over before every single day. There's a lot of different numbers, data, analytics, but I'm not going to tell you too much because then I'm going to show my hand, and I don't want to do that. So I got to play. I got to play today.
Hey, Pete, you've been in New York enough to know the fans and how passionate they are about the players. Lindor is the new guy. I know he's the big guy, but he's the new guy, and he's struggled a little bit so far. What conversations have you had with him, if any, to talk about dealing with the New York fans?
I mean, I hate answering this question because it's like, listen, at the end of the year, I mean, that this isn't even going to be a question. Baseball, it's a marathon and not a sprint. And what he's going to do and what he brings every single day, it's truly tremendous. He's got great energy. He's always prepared. He's thinking on a whole another level. Baseball IQ through the roof, and I mean, he's going to be one of the key components that's going to help us win a championship. So he's not just a championship player, but he's a really damn good player. So at the end of 162 games, then I want you to ask me that same question.
All right, Pete, just give us, how do you think you guys are situated? Again, given the way the division is playing out, you guys are on top right now. There have been all these injuries, but again, there was a lot of defensive players that were brought in to augment the roster. How do you think you guys are situated for the summer as it now hits?
Well, I think we're about to hit our stride. I mean, we got a ton of guys coming back. I mean, Kevin Pillar came back in addition to myself. Also, we got Seth Lugo back, and we got a couple of other guys that are primed and ready on rehab assignments. And when we get back from this road trip, we're going to have one or two more guys, and we're going to keep seeing our IL list trickle back into the lineup, and it's going to be great when we have everyone back. I mean, we're going to be dangerous as the season goes on, and I'm excited for that. And hell, we're in first place, and we just got to do whatever we can to kind of extend our lead.
Now that makes sense the way it's played out. Pillar coming back is amazing, isn't it? Because that was truly frightening. What have you spoken about with him?
I mean, I just told him that, man, you're an absolute warrior. I have nothing but the highest respect for him. I love how he plays the game. He's extremely tenacious. He's gritty, and he works tremendously hard. And his attitude every single day in the clubhouse is incredible. And for him to come back in his first AB and toe the line and hit a line drive through the hole after something really scary happening, it's truly remarkable. It just shows how much he cares, not just about the game and about this team, but he's just an incredible teammate, and it's an incredible story.
Yeah, his toughness was evident, even like that day when that happened.
That
hit
moment.
Square in the face. Incredible. Hey, Pete, pleasure talking with you. Good to see you back on the field. Best of luck. I know we won't go through the game plan. Case and I will go over what we would game plan from Bumgarner. But we know you got to keep state secrets.
See it and hit it.
All right.
See it and hit it.
Pete,
Exactly.
best of luck, man. Good talking to you.
All right, LFGM. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Thanks, brother. Hey, it's time for the Creator Spotlight. Today we're spotlighting Chris Williams. He's a big Angels fan, and his YouTube channel, Light Skin Chris, is devoted to everything MLB, from MLB The Show to the latest MLB news. Welcome, Chris. How you doing, my man?
How you doing?
Good, brother.
How you doing,
Good.
Sean? I'm doing pretty good.
How's it going out there in sunny California?
It's getting pretty hot out here. It's about summertime.
That's right, man. That's right, man. Hey, you love playing MLB The Show. So do my kids, which I love watching them play. Maybe I need to start playing it more because it looks like an unbelievable game. I wish I had that when I was probably your age. But who's your favorite team to play with?
When I'm picking teams, I'm an Angel fan, but I got to go with those Dodgers, man. They're too good.
Who's the best player? Like when you're playing MLB The Show with the Dodgers, who's at that highest level for ranking?
Oh, definitely got to go Mookie Betts. Definitely, he's different in that game.
Yeah, he's different in real life too.
Oh yeah.
What's your favorite thing about the newest edition to the show?
Favorite thing about the newest edition is the Create a Stadium feature. It's awesome. We haven't seen something like that in a baseball game since, I believe, MVP Baseball 2005. So it's definitely an awesome feature that they added to the game. Lots of cool stadiums have been made within the community. I've got a cool one myself, but it's definitely an awesome feature.
Your stadium that you create, like, is it a mix? Like, if you created a stadium, the one you created, is it like part Fenway, part Wrigley, part PNC? Like, what did you create?
Oh, man, people create all kinds of stuff. I've got a little California beach vibe stadium. Hitting home runs in the ocean. It's definitely awesome.
That's awesome. That's awesome, except if you're boogie boarding at the time. Maybe it won't be so hot.
Exactly.
What about Ohtani, man? You're out there. You love the Angels. Talk about Ohtani and what's so impressive about what he does in this game.
Ohtani he's a different breed. I mean, what he's doing, pitching and hitting, is amazing. And we finally have him healthy this season, and he's just he has 15 homers right now, about 2 off of the major league lead, and he's pitching those 100 with a nasty splitter and slider, so he's devastating. I wouldn't want to face him in real life, I'll tell you that.
It is unbelievable what he can do. Just looking back, being a hitter in the big leagues, to watch a guy that can hit the way he does and then be an unbelievable starter, it's really like nothing we've ever seen before. How about for you, on a personal moment? Like, what's one of your favorite moments that you've ever been involved in when you've went to a game?
Definitely my watching the no-hitter in 2012, Jared Weaver. I was about 13 or 14 years old, so I didn't really know what was going on. And I asked my dad, why is everyone at the edge of their seat? Jared Weaver has given up no hits in the 6th inning. I'm like, what's going on? It's a different atmosphere in here tonight. And then as the 7th inning, 8th inning progressed, I realized, oh, some history could go down tonight as Jared Weaver tossed a no-hitter in 2012 against the Minnesota Twins. That was an amazing game, especially I was really close to his family. Wasn't sitting too far. Seeing his family happy and him throwing that no-hitter in front of his family was amazing.
Oh, man, there's nothing like watching a no-hitter in person. I've been a part of one with Verlander's no-hitter, which was really cool. So, well, Chris, dude, I enjoyed this, man, a lot. Thanks for joining us, and good luck with the YouTube channel and MLB The Show and all the great things you're doing, my man.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, coming up next, Sean Casey and I will go over picks to click and talk about Lou Gehrig Day. When we return, getting closer to the Mets and Diamondbacks, Madison Bumgarner getting ready to go.
Make fun of me or my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating.
And he shoots that one into center field, a base hit. Oh, no. Slips on his way to first, and now it's a single. Drives in a run. He just kind of somehow kept his hands inside the ball.
That's really going to hurt his home to first numbers.
You know what? You might be right.
So they need the interpreter to talk to Kim.
I don't think that counts as multiple trips to the mound.
No, it's not, but that was great hustle from Craig, the interpreter for the Cardinals.
And this one to a wide open space. McCann with a great diving stop, and he hits Peterson for the out. His first play as a first baseman, and James McCann makes a web gem. Never played the position before since college.
Well, Luis Guillorme is limited to juggling on the bench.
Oh, he switched midstream. That's outstanding.
He's pretty good. Look at that. If you can catch a bat, you can certainly juggle. Now he's really turning it on.
David Peterson getting ready to go for the Mets. He's on 8 days rest. Peterson versus Madison Bumgarner. Welcome back. MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by State Farm. Time now for Picks to Click, presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Sean Casey is here. Casey, are you ready?
I'm ready. I am ready.
He's actually seen these already. I'm not springing them on you. I want you to formulate your analysis on all this. Jacob deGrom right now has a 0.71 ERA. Is he a realistic MVP candidate?
Yes. If the Mets keep doing what they're doing as a team, I think he's a realistic MVP candidate. I think that matters. It matters how the Mets do. If deGrom keeps doing his thing and the Mets, get to the playoffs, deGrom has a real shot to be MVP.
No, I think so, especially if he is hovering around Bob Gibson's record. By the way, Ron Darling said on MLB Now yesterday, he thought he was breaking Bob Gibson's record, 1.12 ERA. That's I don't think that can be done.
I don't know about that.
You're going to give up some runs somewhere, right?
Yeah. It's just you're one 4 spot away from you're one bad inning.
Here's the thing, though. Tatis is killing it. As you see the odds to win the MVP, Ronald Acuna Jr. killing it. But Tatis is playing, and the Padres might take that division. So that there's that. Yeah. It's a narrative aspect, but it's not like Tatis isn't great, and he's leading his team to a division title.
Also, for me, it does matter too. I'm not a voter, but the voters have to look at too. Everyday players play every day. Just saying, Tatis has impacts more games in Acuna than deGrom does.
At this rate, I think it would have to be Tatis. Yeah. But again, if you break Bob Gibson's record, you have my attention. Who is your favorite to win the National League pennant right now?
The Padres. I just really think they're good. I like the vibe. I like all they're doing with the chain, and I like the pitching. I think their bullpen's great. I just like Tatis. I like his leadership. I like the great mix of veteran and young guys. There's just something about the Padres when I watch them and I go, that team looks like they got enough to win it.
You know what? It's all that and a great bullpen and guys like Trent Grisham, Jake Cronenworth.
Yes.
I mean, they're complete.
Yes,
you're right, and they have the top end stars.
A lot of good players.
All right, so here we go. Next one, Picks to Click. Total runs scored in today's game. The over/under is 8.5. We're going over or under on that?
I'm going over. I'm going over on that. I feel like the last couple nights, you've seen a little bit of offense happening. And I think, the guy we talked to, Alonso, he might get into a big one. And Lindor, listen, he's starting to get hot. He's going to get hot, and this might be the time he's doing it. So I think it's going to be over 8.5.
I tell you, Bumgarner is puzzling. Again, he has that no-hitter. It should be a no-hitter. And he was in total command, and yet he's got an ERA over 8 for his last 3. It's strange.
Yeah, I think, you know what? I think Bumgarner gives up the long ball. And I think sometimes he gets into trouble in a couple innings, and then he'll give up the big 3-run homer, and that's where you get in trouble.
All right, so again, David Peterson against Madison Bumgarner to start. Here's what you had to say when we asked you earlier on our poll question, who will win this ball game? The results are in 81% going Mets. Mets fever.
Wow.
Ye of little faith to Madison Bumgarner. Well, it's not looking good. I mean,
but you also know Madison Bumgarner has the stuff to absolutely shut a team down, too. So.
Any given day. Yeah, he was. Met fans also remember that was the wild card game that Bumgarner came in then with the Giants.
Yes.
They wouldn't have hit him if they played 18 innings.
No one would have. The 27 Yankees wouldn't have hit him.
We're going to get a run on that. By the way, speaking of the 27 Yankees, that's a good segue right there. Today is the first ever Lou Gehrig Day that it's being officially recognized. And Lou Gehrig, one of the iconic people in all of baseball, iconic figures, an all-time great player. I think it's great that his name still resonates, given that he was an icon at the time, a man who faced adversity, tragedy, handled it with such aplomb, and still is one of the probably top 10 players in the history of baseball.
Well, it's amazing how good of a player he was. I think with Lou Gehrig, we'll all remember the person that he was, the final speech that he gave. I saw Cal Ripken Jr. mention when he was talking about breaking Lou Gehrig's record for most consecutive games played, and he said, when people started comparing Cal to the person that Lou Gehrig was, that's when he was like, man, that really means a lot. So. It's great that we're looking at Lou Gehrig and ALS and keep bringing that awareness for that terrible disease.
Right, and it's important to connect the generations too, because that's why it means something. Is that you can go back and look back at the great players, and there's that connection between the players. And the players are also wearing the, I think they've got the patch on for Lou Gehrig Day as well. So they also have the 41 for the late Tom Seaver, of course, but they're wearing that. It is, I always bring up, like, I love to look at the stats, but had Gehrig been able to play out his late 30s normally, he would have basically put the all-time runs record and RBI record out of reach.
Wow.
Like, I think he was second to Ruth in RBIs, and I think he was third to Ruth and Ty Cobb for runs. But he was averaging, Sean, for his previous 3 or 7 years, however you want to put it up, 40 homers and 150 RBIs a year. So Lou Gehrig would have put them would have owned those records. Ricky Henderson would pull up behind Lou Gehrig.
Yeah, wow.
Imagine that.
That's
the volume that he was able to produce.
Wow. I think something, BK, you do it because you look into the stats so much and all the stuff you do for Cooperstown. I don't think we as baseball fans probably go back that far to really appreciate a guy like Lou Gehrig that really put up some major numbers and left. What was he? 36, 37 years old when he walked away, when I had to walk away from the game.
Right. And even it was a high run scoring era, but there are ways to normalize it. Like, how did you dominate as compared to the run scoring in your era? And there's a reason he's had 170 RBIs in some of these seasons. It's crazy. You couldn't do that now. But whatever the top end would be is what Lou Gehrig was doing. Yeah. So even if you normalize it, he's still one of the top hitters in the history of the game, even as compared to others that while he was playing. So it's good that we remember Lou Gehrig again today and all throughout the day here on June 2nd. Getting closer to game time now. Once again, it's David Peterson, Madison Bumgarner, the Giants, see what I did? The Diamondbacks and the Mets. And it was it was a big wondering, like Madison Bumgarner on the free agent market. Has he used up his best self already, or is there going to be that theory that's basically throughout baseball, and sometimes it's proven wrong, John Lester, Max Scherzer, but do you pay for a pitcher in his 30s on the free agent market? So far, the results have not been great for Bumgarner and the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, he had so much more success, obviously, when he was with the Giants. And, when you watch Bumgarner, I think the no-hitter, when you see him do that, I think he still has that kind of stuff. When you watch him pitch, BK, you're like, wow, that's some good stuff. But I think where Bumgarner gets in trouble, where I don't think he did so much with the Giants, with the Diamondbacks, is that he'll give up that big inning, or he'll get into more trouble and not navigate out like he used to in San Francisco. So I think it's too soon to tell whether this contract's not working out. But for right now, he obviously hasn't had the success that he had in San Fran.
Right. And by the way, the question we asked Pete Alonso, these Mets, all ball players now, they do more game planning than you think. It's a sophisticated, now it's a baseball ops team handing you the paper saying, here's what we're looking at, and here it is. And you can even go deeper, look into your own swing plane and how it compares to, say, a guy like Bumgarner for Pete Alonso.
No, it is amazing. What Alonso was saying, they do take the information. They do have a meeting before every game to go over what the pitchers do. And I think it's great. I think that's where the analytics and the old school come together to form a good game.
All right, so getting closer to game time. Here's the final countdown right now. The Mets and the Diamondbacks. Again, Bumgarner, David Peterson, rubber match, 3-game series at Chase Field. Mets and Diamondbacks coming your way. Enjoy the game.
Here's the pitch. Drives it deep. What a play! Are you kidding me?
It's a day in the desert after extra innings last night, but it's a visiting ball club that's resilient. They're thriving in first place with first-class pitching, and no worries, retractable roof, we're good. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by State Farm, putting the finishing touches on a 3-game set featuring the New York Mets and the Arizona Diamondbacks at Chase Field. Each team has taken a game in the series so far. Hello to everyone watching worldwide on YouTube. I'm Scott Braun, along with the great John Franco joining us, the former New York Met, 15 of his 22 seasons with the New York Mets. Thrilled to have you here, John.
Thanks
it's great
for
to
having
have
me.
you.
I'm looking forward to this. This should be some fun today.
Yes, we'll have some fun with the Mets. We'll also have some fun with everyone else here on YouTube, bringing you enhanced features. We're streaming globally. It's free. Tell your friends. MLB YouTube channel is here for you. And also just passed 3 million subscribers on the channel. Congrats, and that number will continue to increase. We're looking forward to bringing you dugout interviews. We have mic'd up players, including Francisco Lindor, so stay tuned. We also have one of your rivals from the 1999 NLDS, Luis Gonzalez, joining us. And Luis, I feel like I can say that since you guys won a couple years later, but great to have you on board as well.
Yeah, it's good to be joining you guys today. I'm looking forward to the broadcast.
All right, Luis Gonzalez, John Franco, and there'll be one more joining us in just a bit. Let's start with the visiting ball club, the New York Mets. And, you know, we drew this up just for you, John. The subway platform is stacked with players on the injured list. At one point, it was so crowded, the number was up to 17. I know the subway was a big part of your childhood.
Yes, it was. It's a little cleaner right now than it was when I grew up, that's for sure.
Well, the Mets, they wanted it all nice and clean. They've been clearing out a little bit, too.
Yes.
Down to 13 players on the injured list at the moment. We've seen guys like DeGrom come back, who's now made a couple starts since the IL. Kevin Pillar is back and actually in the starting lineup today. Pete Alonso activated on Monday. Seth Lugo is back with the big league club, but as you can see, still quite a few players missing in action. Hey, that's John Slice.
Even the rat was on the DL. He came by with a slice of pizza.
Yeah, he comes out the best from the subway platform. But hey, here's who's been stepping up in their place, the replacements. And there are a number of guys that, John, we didn't really expect to contribute, like Patrick Mazeika's first 2 contributions, pinch hit walk-off RBI on the 7th and the 11th, and the names just go on and on.
Yeah, well, you're going to have, if you're going to be successful here, it's going to be a long year. You're going to have your starters being hurt, and the guys who come in, they're going to have to step up and do the job until the regulars get back. And these guys have done a tremendous job holding the fort down until the regulars come back.
Khalil Lee, Janeshwi Vargas, and Vargas on the IL right now. Lee back down in the minor leagues. Tomas Nido making a name for himself.
Tomas has stepped up real well. He's swinging a really good bat this year, and he's earning some good playing time.
Luis Rojas said he'll split playing time at the catcher position with James McCann. Nido on the bench today, McCann in the starting lineup, and then there's Jose Peraza with a game-winning RBI in both games of that doubleheader sweep on the 27th.
Yeah, Peraza, you got to remember, he was a starter for the Reds, and he played for the Red Sox, so he's used to playing every day. So he stepped in. You know, coming off the bench, being a role player is really nothing for him.
James McCann's not used to playing first base, but he looks like he belongs there. Today he's back at catcher, but a 4-for-5 performance this past weekend.
Yeah, he needed that bat. He's been struggling offensively. And he's been playing a pretty good first base when Pete Alonso was out, too. So he stepped up big time, not only catching, but playing first base also.
So the subway ride is not as bumpy as it appears. When you look at a first-place team in the NL East, their starter ERA is first, led by Jacob deGrom. These are really good-looking numbers. A team that we expected to be offense-heavy is actually more about pitching and defense.
Well, the pitching's carried them so far the first 47 games, whatever it may be. But when you have DeGrom, Stroman, and Walker, they've been doing a tremendous job. The bullpen has done a good job. Last night they had a little hiccup, but when you have the 3 starters like that, they've done a tremendous job, and they're carrying the team to where they're at right now.
Last night it was extra innings for the Diamondbacks coming out on top, but Luis, they are 2-14 in their last 16. It's been a slow burn in the month of May that they're hoping to erase now in a fresh month.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. They were waiting for May to end and June to come around real quick. And you see the dry spell that we've had here in Arizona. They just have not been able to get things going. They've had a lot of struggles. You see the record there, 20-36, second worst in the majors. They have just had a lot of injuries, and they just cannot find a way to get things going. Although there is a few bright spots in the Diamondbacks lineup.
And I would say one of the bright spots is a guy who really broke out with the ball club a couple years back and again is contributing in the RBI department as much as any player in baseball. He actually leads the National League with 39 ribbies. He's a fun guy too. Eduardo Escobar in his free agent season not only is the force in the lineup, but he also could be some pretty hot trade bait in July.
Well, yeah, he is the big run producer for this Diamondback team. Now he's hit in 16 of his last 17 games. He's driven in 19 runs during that spell. But you see here now the contracts after the 2021 season. There's a couple pieces there that we may be sellers here at the trade deadline for the Diamondbacks.
Hey, who knows? Maybe Madison Bumgarner goes on another run. You can see there's quite a bit of time left on the contract and money, too. He's starting today, so let's bring in the 4th member of our team. Steve Gilbert is out in Arizona. Lucky guy. Hey, Steve, what's life been like for Madison Bumgarner as a D-back?
It's been a little bit of a roller coaster for Madison Bumgarner here in the desert over the last 2 years. Last season, he struggled with his velocity, and that hurt him as opposing batters were able to square him up a lot better. This spring, after a normal offseason and a normal ramp-up, his velocity is back to pre-2020 levels, and that has led to a lot of success for the lefty. After a slow start, he had 5 really good starts, including a no-hitter against the Braves for 7 innings in Atlanta. And then the last 2 have been a little bit more of a struggle for him. When he has his issues, it's with command. It's not so much velocity, but where does he throw the ball in crucial situations? Torey Lovullo likes to say that if he can get it to his arm side, that's the backdoor cutter to right-handers, Madison's going to have success. So let's keep an eye on today, see what he does with strike 1, and is he able to drop that backdoor cutter in on the right-handed hitters.
Mad Bum's ready to roll, and David Peterson starts for New York today. We'll bring you lineups and first pitch from Phoenix with the Mets battling the Diamondbacks on YouTube next.
Make fun of me with my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating. As Riley shoots this one to right field, that's well hit. That ball is off the bricks. It bounces off of Lee. He then falls down.
Ball came back and hit Lee right off the bricks out there.
Went over to pick it up, and that's when his feet gave out.
The 1-1.
Oh, Chris Conroy not looking. David Bodie was trying to give him the heads up. Chris Conroy just didn't expect it to come at him.
Practice this in private. Just don't stress any of the ligaments that come up there with your fingers or anything. Oh, he's trying.
He's been flipping it over, finishing the job.
Got it.
Yeah.
Off again, Tatis. Hosmer strikes out, throw down there. And a stolen base. Keep the foot on, and he did into a split. Steal second, then go into a split.
This is unbelievable. It's like the floor exercises in the Olympics.
This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by State Farm. Scott Braun alongside John Franco, Luis Gonzalez, and Steve Gilbert. Just rolling along in Arizona as the Diamondbacks host the Mets. Each team has taken a game so far in this 3-game set, and let's introduce Luis Rojas' starting 9 presented by State Farm. Switch hitters at the top in VR, and Lindor with excellent numbers against Arizona. He's like, can I play the Diamondbacks in every game? McCann in the 3 spot. Alonso activated Monday, and he homered that day. Kevin Pillar back in the starting lineup for the first time since coming back from being hit by a pitch in the face, a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. We'll get into it. Dom Smith, the only lefty position player in there today. Drury, Peraza, and Peterson's going to pitch for New York this afternoon. Madison Bumgarner is a playoff legend. This season, ups and downs so far. You can see the career line excellent against New York, but here's a guy with 3 World Series rings, a World Series and NLCS MVP on his ledger, a 4-time All-Star, and he can swing the bat too, Luis.
Yeah, he can do a little bit of everything, and he's a jack of all trades whenever he's on the mound, offensively and on the mound.
Today's odds are courtesy of FanDuel. Over under at 8.5. Think it's going to be high scoring or low scoring, John?
I'm going to say low scoring today.
Okay.
The reason I think Bumgarner is he's had a couple of bad starts, and I think he's going to be on top of his game. And Davids has been pitching really well. He's given up 3 runs or less his last 6 starts, so I think he'll be fine. But then again, I could be wrong.
We are underway on YouTube. First pitch fouled back by Jonathan VR. You're right, though. Madison Bumgarner has been a better pitcher so far at home for Arizona. He's coming off a couple clunkers, though. 14 runs in his last 10 innings, 2 starts against Colorado and St. Louis. Mostly 4-seamer and a cutter. He'll mix in a curveball as well.
Well, he's got to get that cutter. The cutter's a big pitch for him. So I think that's one of the things that Luis was talking about, and they were talking about before the game, that his front side, he's just leading too much with his front side, and his back arm, his pitching arm, is just dragging through.
Clocked left field, heading back LoCastro, and he's going to play it off the wall. VR heading for 2 up. He'll hold up and head back to first. A big turnaround, and Jonathan VR is on base for a 3rd consecutive game in this series.
That pitch right there looked like just a lazy cutter. It wasn't his sharp cutter right there. This looks like it's too much of the plate. He's trying. You got to try to get that to his back leg, and right there was just too much of the plate.
Yeah, you're exactly right, John. I think that's a lot of times how Bumgarner, he's either been really consistent in burying that ball down and in, or a lot of times where he's been getting hurt in games early, it's because he's leaving it up in the strike zone.
That ball was torched 108 miles an hour off the bat of Jonathan VR. And here's Lindor swinging through 91. Okay, Luis, so I mentioned 3 games in a row now, Jonathan VR has reached base in his first AB. Monday, Tuesday, he walks and ends up getting picked off. What do you think they're saying over at first base now, him and Christian Walker? I'm going to keep myself a little tighter to the bag here on a Wednesday.
Yeah, you know, obviously, when you're getting on base all the time, you get to become good friends with those first basemen out there.
Walker back at first base today. Lindor.
So that was a nice try. That's what Lovella was talking about earlier, trying to get that backdoor cutter right side to the righties to give up on it. He just missed with that pitch. If he can get in a little bit more and be successful today with that, it's going to be a tough day for the Mets.
2-2 is sent to left field. That's going to drop, and VR is going to move up to second. Back-to-back singles to start the day for the Mets offense.
Yeah, another fastball right there, right over the heart of the plate, and you got guys like Lindor who's looking to start getting hot once again. You cannot make mistakes in the middle of the strike zone against these good hitters.
Lindor has gotten his batting average above the 200 mark now.
Above the Mendoza line.
There you go. 198 to start the day. Now bumps up to 202. He's had a nice series against Arizona.
Yeah, he's been swinging the bat pretty good the last couple of games. He's starting to come around. You know, playing in New York is not an easy place the first couple of months, but he'll get used to it. You know, they booed Piazza his first 2 weeks when he was there, and look how Mike turned out.
I'm sure there's a lot of players that have had to go through that coming through New York to get out there, and then they become fan favorites real quick.
James McCann was off to a slow start. Then he played some first base over the last week and a half, and his bat has lit up. Four extra base hits in his last 4, 6 for 13. Speed on the bases in VR and Lindor, and McCann sends one deep to left field. Forget about it. James McCann muscles up for his 4th home run of the season, and the Mets grab a 3-0 lead.
That's 3 pitches, the first 3 batters have been too much of the plate. He's not getting the ball in enough. You know, his whole front side is just leaking out, and that's why the ball is just laboring right over the middle part of the plate.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of hitting right here by McCann. He just gets a good pitch right down the heart of the plate, and he doesn't miss it on a 92-mile-an-hour fastball from Bumgarner.
I mean, you know, Gonzo, 92 over the middle of the plate these days. If you're seeing that pitch over and over, I mean, that's the soft stuff in Major League Baseball. That's a couple ticks under the league average.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're a guy like Bumgarner, you have to be able to hit your spots. If you're leaving it out over the plate, they're going to make you pay for it. Boy, this is definitely not the start the Diamondbacks wanted to get into, especially after a horrible May coming into June.
411 feet for McCann. Yeah, the month of May for Arizona, 5 wins, 24 losses after a 14-12 opening month of the season. Well, the blitz is on here in the first, and now it's Pete Alonso behind 1-2. And that's sent to right center, and that's going to drop. Pavin Smith out there in right today, and Alonso, usually Mr. Exit Velocity, didn't need much mustard there to find himself a knock.
Pete's so strong. He hits that ball the other way. I mean, he probably jammed him a little bit right there. He's so strong, he hit the ball anywhere.
I tell you, first 4 hitters of the Mets look like they've definitely brought their hitting shoes this morning or this afternoon for this ball game. I think Christian Walker's gotten to know all the hitters already, passing by him at first base.
He's very social today, Mr. Walker for Arizona. Yeah. Welcome back to the starting lineup. Kevin Pillar, who's appeared in the last couple games. He was activated on Monday. As you can see, no mask when he's at the plate. He does have the C-flap batting helmet. It's his first start since May 17th. And he connects up the middle. That's going to get through. And the carousel continues for New York.
Yeah, that's a tough break right there. You see a little indecisiveness from the second baseman and the shortstop there. They looked like they were both going to go for the ball. They kind of peeked at each other, and they both broke away from it. Tough break for Bumgarner right there. Here you see the ball hit.
Especially when you're struggling for the first 4 hitters, you get that ground ball, you think you got a double play, and there's a little miscommunication there. You say, oh no, what's going to go wrong now?
Now the face
mask.
mask.
And really,
Go ahead, Luis.
Yeah, and Vargas, who's playing second base, was actually just traded back to the Diamondbacks today from the Pittsburgh Pirates. So really not a lot of work that him and Nick Ahmed, the shortstop, have been able to do together here.
Yeah, Vargas picked up for cash today in a trade with the Buccos. Domingo Leyba designated for assignment by Arizona. Now Dom Smith, the lone lefty position player today in the lineup for New York. And he's been lighting it up this week. Hits for the first 5 batters so far today for the Mets.
Yeah, and you knew it was going to be a matter of time before these New York Mets. They've got too many good hitters in their lineup. I know they've struggled on the road, but these guys can hit.
Yes, Smith sent a fastball yesterday to deep center field over the wall and snapped a homerless drought that had lasted 138 at-bats. He received MVP votes last year. And he lays off the high stuff. It's 2-2. Flashback last night, part of his 3 RBI evening. That's a sweet swing.
And again, it's that left-handed pitcher too.
Lefty on left
there well, and you see that. And you know, Johnny, you know, being out there on the mound, you're laboring right now. 21 pitches. You've had some stress out there on the field. 3-2, nobody out. They're already down to the 6th hitter in their lineup.
Smith sends one deep right field. Smith heading back. Wall, and he misses it. It kicks up against the fence, and that's going to bring everybody over to another base. So we're loaded up here in the first with nobody out. Not enough to leave the yard, but Pavin Smith couldn't line it up in right field. Dom Smith connects for a single. Long single.
Yeah, and that's a tough break right there. Pavin Smith, normally a first baseman, got drafted as a first baseman. Not a lot of time here. You see the angle. He thought he was at that little cut there that kind of shoots out a little bit towards the bullpen. He just felt like he ran out of room, and he still had a little bit more territory.
Hard contact. Certainly no breaks for Madison Bumgarner in this first inning. It was a bumpy ride for him last time around too against St. Louis on Friday.
The runners had a hold to make sure that he didn't catch the ball there, so that they were looking to tag up. That's why they didn't score on that.
Five singles.
I think they might have ruled that a hit, I think.
He got no leather on it, Louis. You'll take that hit, wouldn't you, Louis?
Oh, absolutely. That's what I was thinking. When he's running around first, he didn't get the RBI, but he'll sacrifice the just a routine out for a base hit right there.
Absolutely.
This has been a nightmare in the first for Bumgarner. 6 hits for the first 6 Mets. 5 singles plus the 3-run homer from McCann. Catch probability on that last fly ball was actually 95% from StatCast. And Drury on the ground. That's going to be good for 1. The throw around to first. They double him up. First 2 outs of the game, but Alonso comes across to make it 4-0.
Yeah, and I think right now, the way that was going, Bumgarner would gladly trade that run in for 2 outs right there to try to limit that pitch count, take that double play.
Alonso's shaking his head.
Yeah, Pete probably thinks he should have scored on that. He's feeling bad that he didn't get the RBI for his teammate there. So knowing Pete the way I know Pete, that's what he's thinking.
overall, a satisfying opening frame so far.
They'll take
for the
it.
Mets.
They'll take it. You never have enough. You got to keep adding on, keep tacking on.
Man on third. Great numbers for Peraza in his career against Bumgarner. 4 for 9. It was 4-0 yesterday for New York. Ends up being a 1-run game in the 9th with 2 outs. And Josh Rojas evened the game up at 4. D-backs win it thanks to a Josh Reddick walk-off double in the 10th. McCann had the pinch hit RBI in the top of the inning for New York last night. Late swing from Peraza. That's a good look. Josh Reddick, Mr. Walk-Off yesterday.
Yeah, and I think he did that just to try to get the team going. I don't know how that happens, but to try to motivate the guys and try something different.
Whoever the hairstylist was, perfectly matched up the color of the hair with the burnt red uniform.
I heard an interview with him. He said his wife bought the product and it washes out every night when he gets in the shower, so he could wash that out. And he said as long as they win, he's going to keep that color. But right now, looks like he may be changing so far. There's a lot of game left, but yeah, that color may have to change after today.
Payoff to Peraza. Roller. Escobar with the long throw across. And the inning comes to a close. 6 hits for New York. 4 runs, including James McCann with a mammoth blast to left. It's 4-zip Mets as we get to the bottom of the first on YouTube.
So DeGrom, who's got 8 hits and 2 RBIs, will try and pick up Peraza from second base.
And DeGrom rips one into right for a base hit. Peraza's going to be waved around. The throw to the plate by Reddick. He's safe. Jacob DeGrom, MVP.
2 outs and a runner at second, and it will bring up Pete Alonso.
And he drills one in the air to deep left field. Back toward the wall. That ball is out of here.
Pete Alonso with his 7th home run of the year. 2 more RBIs, 4 on the night. And the Mets have broken things open. Now 5-0 New York.
So DeGrom goes 6 in his second start back from the injured list. Allowed no runs, 2 hits, no walks, 8 strikeouts. Typical brilliance from DeGrom. And now Kevin Pillar getting a huge hand from his dugout and from the Met fans on hand at Phoenix. How incredible it is that he's back in the batter's box less than 2 weeks after getting hit in the face.
He hits one on the ground toward the hole, and it goes through for a base hit. So Kevin Pillar, 2 weeks after getting hit, flush in the nose, undergoing surgery, comes back and gets a base hit his first time up.
A 4-run first for the Mets. Time for the Diamondbacks to answer. Your starting lineup presented by State Farm begins with a catcher in the leadoff spot, Carson Kelly, then the switch hitting Ketel Marte. Eduardo Escobar leads the National League in RBIs. Christian Walker back in the lineup today. Pavin Smith with a 12-game hit streak and a home run yesterday. Ahmed Vargas, who was just traded for today. The speedy Lo Castro, and Madison Bumgarner can swing the bat in the 9 spot if he's still in the game by then. Real talk, John. David Peterson working with a comfy 4-run cushion before he starts his day, making his 19th career start. And last year debuted with the Mets in the month of July with strong rookie campaign. And his sophomore season has been a bit more inconsistent.
Yeah, he's been a little bumpy road with his last couple of starts. But his last start, he went 6 innings. He gave up 3 runs. Came out of the game feeling good about himself. But he's still being a little bit inconsistent.
We'll watch the slider today as he starts Kelly with a fastball. That's the pitch that Luis Rojas said has had inconsistency with its shape compared to last year. And he attributed some of that to the fact that he had been working so much on the rest of his arsenal that he lost a feel for the pitch.
Lost the feel for it. He's been trying to throw the changeup and the two-seamer, but he lost the feel. That was his pitch. You know, I seen him in the minor leagues a couple years ago. He wasn't throwing as hard as he is now, but he was very consistent with his slider. But he's lost the touch. You know, it's a touchy-feely pitch, the slider. So you got to keep throwing it to get a good feel for it.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Carson Kelly. You don't see a catcher in the leadoff spot every day, Gonzo, but Torey Lovullo said he likes him here at home, not so much on the road.
Yeah, and he's definitely trying to get his better hitters right now at the top of the order. What strikes me when you were calling out the lineup, that there's a couple switch hitters in there, but there's really one left-hander. And when you look at David Peterson's his spreads against left-handers and right-handers, left-handers are actually hitting him a lot better.
Yeah, it's a stark contrast. 341 lefties, righties at 205.
And I think that has a lot to do with his slider, but he hasn't thrown his changeup to lefties. He's only thrown 3 changeups to a lefty all year, and his last start was his first time he threw changeups to a lefty.
Yeah, and you would have thought he'd have more left-handers in there, because with the analytics in today's day and age, the numbers are usually spitting out to put more left-handers in the lineup against him, and the D-backs didn't do that today.
Here's Bumgarner. 3 lefties on the bench today. 4 actually for Arizona. Ball 4. Kelly has been excellent with his plate discipline this year, and a leadoff walk. Let's set up David Peterson, our State Farm breakdown.
Well, got to stay consistent with his release point. He's got to work with his fastball up and down. They've been working with his fastball north and south this year. He's been doing a pretty good job, and he's got to stay down with his changeup. And he's thrown 108 changeups this year to right-handed hitters.
Opposing batters are just 2 for 22 against his changeup this year. Last year, they hit it at a 333 clip. I asked Rojas if he should be using it more.
Well, I definitely think he should.
He starts Marte with a strike.
Yeah, and he's that guy that relies a lot on that heavy sinker there to get that ground ball double play.
That was the changeup right there. Just got a little bit ahead of himself. His whole front side came shot open, and he didn't stay close on that. You got to stay close behind that changeup.
I'm going to throw something out there, Luis. Might be a bit unconventional. Marte socks one deep left, and he's got himself a 2-run shot. Ketel Marte powers up for his 4th of the year. It's 4-2.
And that was a changeup that didn't get down in the zone. It stood up in the zone.
I'm starting to worry about Franco's over/under call here on the
I said it could be wrong.
We haven't even gotten out of the. We're not even out of the first inning. We've got 6 runs already scored.
I take that
We've got
back.
nobody out in the bottom of the first.
Can I change my mind, please, guys?
It's a cameo day for you. You can do whatever you want, John.
And I think that was a slider, that pitch. I don't think it was a changeup, but that ball it had no dot on it. It just lingered in there.
That was a slider. And that was the problem for Peterson, especially last time around. Some hanging sliders, and the Rockies took advantage. It's actually been a while since we saw Peterson coming off 8 days of rest. There's the slider.
Yep. Way too much of the plate. You know, you want that ball on his back leg. Look where that ball is, right over the plate.
Marte has 2 home runs in the past week that have gone over 450 feet. That one was 451, and he had a 457-footer from the weekend.
Hey guys, I just want you to know the reason why I said that the runs were going to be low, because I'm a little left-handed pitcher, and I'm a little prejudiced towards the lefties today. Okay.
There you go. Well, I tell you, this will frustrate a manager and a pitching coach right now. Your team just went out and got you 4 runs, and now you're struggling just as Bumgarner did to try to. You got to wonder if him sitting in the dugout for that long inning, that long amount of time, might have had some lingering effect to him.
That's a good point, Louis. Sitting around and waiting.
And Eduardo Escobar swinging for another state. Here's the defense set up by State Farm. Lindor with a couple of Gold Gloves. Popped up. And the call made by the second baseman Peraza for out number 1. Escobar retired, but is also mic'd up today, and he's a gem.
Vámonos! What happened? What happened? Watch out! Well, people on YouTube, here de la Pica Eduardo Escobar. Say hello to everybody. 1, 2, 3, check, check, check. You see me? Okay. Beautiful day for play baseball here in Arizona. Hey, how you doing, man? Nice shoes today, man.
I mean, that's as good of a mic check as there is. Usually we just do a little 1, 2, 3. Eduardo is one of the, I would say, best clubhouse guys and also best comedians in the sport, Luis. And I think a global audience will enjoy hearing him throughout the afternoon. I mean, Torey Lovullo said he is the guy that handles some of his business in the clubhouse sometimes and does it in a light-mannered way.
He does. He really keeps the clubhouse loose, and he's one of those guys that when players walk in, they always seem to find a guy like him. They want to be around players that bring a lot of that energy each and every day, and he's one of them.
Christian Walker chop shot gets through the right side.
Well, the shift went against him that time.
That's right, Walker, another base runner for Arizona.
You know, the thing with the shift is, you know, if you're going to pitch away and then the shift is in the pull, that's always been a little pet peeve of mine, because you're going to pitch in, you should pitch into the strength you know the defense is. If they're shifting and you're pitching away, there's nobody in that spot right there.
So who is that on? Is that on the catcher to try and coerce him to pitch in a different location?
Maybe he just missed his spot there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he pitched away. But before the game, I'm sure they had the game plan on how to pitch each hitter. And maybe he just missed his spot there.
This is Pavin Smith. Swings through the off-speed stuff. It's 0-2.
And this kid's been one of the bright spots for the Diamondbacks. They were just hoping to bring him in off the bench and get a couple spot starts here and there, and he's actually worked his way into the lineup, playing all 3 outfield positions and playing first base.
Takes the pitch down and away. Had a huge AB in the 10th. I'll tell you more about that in a moment. But before that, yesterday, he smacks his 5th home run of the season. A shot off Marcus Stroman to right field, 435 feet on the bell-tie fastball. And the nice bat drop, too. Not a flip, just a drop from the rookie, who Torey Lovullo says looks like a veteran from day 1 with this team. He's been a hit machine. Best rookie in hits, tied for the most extra base hits with Adolis Garcia, 2nd in runs and 5th in OPS.
Yeah, just a quiet kid. He just goes about his business out there each and every day. He's really learning how to play the outfield on the fly here.
7th overall pick in 2017. Actually, Peterson went in that draft 13 selections later. Live
Boy,
chat.
the route we're taking right now, it's going to be a bullpen game here. He's coming up on 25 pitches. Bumgarner at 30.
Live chat is buzzing right now, Luis, and they're thinking the same thing, the YouTube creators. Here's ball 4 to Pavin Smith, but 5-point vids. Here comes the slugfest. Sports Storm. I don't know about you guys. I'm totally down for a high-scoring game. Okay. Looks like you're going to get your wish. Smith, by the way, was down 0-2 on that AB. Yesterday, same story in the 10th inning. Ends up working a full count walk, just like we saw here in his first at-bat of the day. I mean, that is a rookie who has kept his patience in check.
Looks like a good young player.
He is, and I right now, early in his career, I consider him a doubles hitter. As time goes on and he learns a little bit more about his swing and his power, like he had that long one like you showed a little while ago, he's going to hit some home runs here once he develops into a better professional hitter, better than what he is right now.
Downstairs, Nick Ahmed. And it looks like we're going to start to get some action in the Mets bullpen. Robert Gesellman getting up. There he is. Ahmed went around, a ball and a strike. So the first 6 Mets reach, all hits, including a homer. And on the Diamondback side, first 4 out of 5 reach here in the bottom of the frame.
You know, like Louis said before, your team puts up a 4 spot, you want to come out there and throw a 0 as quick as you can and get back in there and hit. And again, you can see what he's doing here. Not to keep repeating myself, but you can see his lead front shoulder is just flying open, and that's why it's leaving everything on the outer half of the plate.
Yeah, you could tell he's really trying to find his command. He's struggling to get it around. And sometimes when a couple guys hit some balls hard, sometimes those pitchers, young pitchers, are scared to pitch in the zone to contact.
His release point is all over the place right now. Well, watch his front shoulder as he just flies right open.
Does a long layoff do anything for you, John? He's coming off 8 days of rest. The Mets had some postponed games this past weekend. They pushed him back to get DeGrom in there, and Stroman flip-flopped with him yesterday.
I believe so. I think the long layoff. You know, he got the rain. He got, I guess, they had a rain out. Then DeGrom, he got bumped for DeGrom. He got bumped for Stroman. You know, that's what happens when you're the low man on the totem pole.
He pitched last week on Monday against Colorado, and he walked Ahmed.
We might go over 8.5 in the first inning.
We've got a shot. Luis Rojas in his second season as Mets manager. He's watched 3 free passes, also a single and a 2-run home run on the Diamondback side of the inning. We're at 14 minutes on the time.
Yeah. It's getaway day. You always want to have a quick game on getaway day, but it doesn't look like it's shaping up to be that, Lou.
You're exactly right. The guys want to get to the next town and hopefully get in early enough to have a good dinner. But yeah, it's not looking that way right now. And thank goodness we have the roof closed today, because it's going to be a cool 105 outside.
Yeah, the retractable
These
roof.
guys would be hating it right now.
Very valuable, the retractable roof at Chase Field. There it is, all closed up today. It's a hot one. This is the spot to cool off. Pool in the outfield. Vargas takes a strike.
You know, Jeremy Hefner, the pitching coach. Jeremy Hefner, the pitch coach, just came out there probably just to settle him down, trying to regroup, let him get his thoughts together, tell him what he needs to do. You know, stay back a little bit, and just be free and easy instead of just aiming the ball.
Yeah, and a lot of times the coach will go out there just to kind of give him a little breather to let him catch up, catch his breath a little bit, trying to overexert himself out there. The pool shot was great. I was looking for Steve Gilbert to be relaxing out there somewhere.
I'm surprised they didn't set you up there, Gonzo.
I would have liked to have been out there today.
Yeah, he's just guiding that. He's just guiding his breaking ball right now. He's not throwing it with anything behind it. You know, he doesn't feel safe. He doesn't feel secure with it.
He didn't have his best stuff last week. Ended up putting together a quality outing, though. 3 runs in 6 innings. And Vargas, chopper on the ground. That's going to get through the infield. And it's going to score 2 for the Diamondbacks. We are tied in the first. Ildemaro Vargas, just traded for this afternoon, shows up in the lineup. He's back with the Diamondbacks, and we have a fresh ball game in the opening inning.
Well, that's a good way to make your presence known, coming off the airplane, getting out there in the game. And really, Johnny was talking about it early. That's a routine double play ground ball back in the day. Not today with the shifts going on. That's a base hit for 2 RBIs.
I know if I'm pitching right now and I got my ground balls like that, and I turn around and I don't see a second baseman there, I'm a little heated right now. But like you said,
Well,
that's the way the game is right now.
And that's the same thing that happened to Bumgarner.
Yes.
He got a ball that was basically hit a little bit to the left of the shortstop, but when you got a second baseman playing on the left side of the infield and the shortstop's playing in the 5-hole over between second and third, those balls get through for base hits.
You love shifting when it works, and when it doesn't, you're going to hear it from the guys.
Especially 2 old guys like us.
Gesellman's in.
One on, 2 out here in the top of the 4th inning. And Dom Smith will now step to the plate.
Dom hits one deep to right center, back toward the wall. It's out of here! And the Mets lead it 2-0.
Well, after we left you to go to break, a little bit of a dust-up as Marcus Stroman and Josh Rojas started jawing at each other after Rojas made the final out of the inning, and both dugouts emptied. 4-0 New York. Now he's got to settle back in. And now he'll face Pavin Smith, who's been the hottest hitter in this lineup.
Pavin Smith crushes one. Way back. Goodbye. Wow.
The Mets lead has shrunk to 4-3.
Edwin Diaz, 9 save opportunities, no runs allowed. So now with the tying run at third and 2 out in the last of the 9th, Josh Rojas, who had the dust up with Marcus Stroman at the end of the 5th inning.
Base hit. We're tied.
Josh Rojas, who had some words with Stroman, gets to shout.
It's 5-4 New York in the 10th.
And now the tying and winning runs are on base. Now he'll face Josh Reddick with 2 on.
And a line drive down the right field line. Fair ball into the corner.
Here comes Escobar. Here comes Pavin Smith. Diamondbacks are going to win the ball game.
It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by State Farm. Scott Braun, John Franco, Luis Gonzalez, and Steve Gilbert. And in the Valley of the Sun, there has been no shortage of heat so far in the opening inning. Robert Gesellman in. David Peterson does not get through the first. 7 batters faced, 35 pitches. He leaves giving up 4 runs, and there is a man he's responsible for on first and on third. Here's Gesellman with a nice ERA on the season, making his 13th appearance, and they hope, John, it's a long one.
Well, they're going to have to stretch him out a little bit, otherwise it's going to be a bullpen day, like Louis said earlier. Gesellman's just a sinker, slider, throws a lot of ground balls, and he'll come right at you. Every once in a while he can lose his control a little bit, but
that will certainly help the cause. A pop-up off the bat of Tim Locastro. First pitch from the reliever here, and Locastro went after it.
Yeah, that's a tough at-bat right there. You're coming up as a hitter. You got first and third. You're looking for something to drive. He definitely didn't want to do what he did there, was hit just a short pop-up in the infield, not able to move a runner or actually get the runner in from third. we like to consider that kind of a free at bat. You just got to get something out in the outfield, and you got an easy RBI.
Hey, remember when Madison Bumgarner was pitching in the first? Now he's at the plate.
A pretty good hitter too. So
That's
you gotta
right.
be careful with him.
19 career home runs as a pitcher at the plate. Also has a pinch hit homer on his resume. Hasn't hit one yet with Arizona. Last year, of course, we had the DH in the National League, so limited AB so far. There it is. Last 50 years, the only guy that did it more often was Carlos Zambrano. Bumgarner's the kind of veteran that might still give this team 5-6 innings based off his track record.
Well, the difference between a veteran and a young pitcher is Bumgarner will try to figure it out as he's going out there and try to lengthen out the game, maybe get 5 innings, maybe 6 innings.
Yeah, for the Mets, Peterson failed to make it out of the first for the first time in his career. Vargas and Ahmed are on, and that one misses into Bumgarner. 2 worst outings for David Peterson in his 2-year career so far have both come against Arizona. The other one, 1 2/3 on May 7th.
Maybe he ought to skip his turn against Arizona.
Also, no double switch.
And that's tough on a.
Go ahead, Gonzo.
Yeah, and that's tough on a pitcher now. He's got to sit there for 8 more innings and watch this ball game.
Hey, look what we did here. Odds courtesy of FanDuel, and we are already at 8. So 1 more, and you're in business. I like your chances.
You're welcome for not listening to me. Gesellman has so much movement on his fastball. Sinks one way, sinks another way. Different arm slots.
Yeah, I was going to say that his first pitch that he threw to Bumgarner just dove right down at his back foot. Then the next ones are kind of moving the other way, so it's amazing how much movement he has.
Bumgarner, solid contact into left. The D-backs jump ahead. It's 5-4, the RBI single from the pitcher spot in the first, and Arizona has climbed all the way back.
That's a good hitting pitcher right there.
Well, to say this is a crazy game already is an understatement, I would imagine.
There's Mad Bum. Barn burner today in Arizona. He owns a ranch. I feel like he'd like the phrase. Carson Kelly with his second at bat of the inning. And just to go back to something I was bringing up previously, no double switch. So Gesellman is going to lead off in the second.
Well, maybe they're just going to use him to get out of this inning. You know, Seth Lugo is back. He could be their long man a couple innings here.
Roller to short. And that will retire.
Curious to see if they do.
Well, now they trail by a run. 9 runs in the opening inning here in the desert as the Mets powered up, but so did the Diamondbacks. Ketel Marte with a 451-foot shot. 5 from the Arizona Diamondbacks in the first.
The question right now for me, for the Mets, is what is New York going to get out of this guy, their captain, David Wright? He's had the bad back. He's got spinal stenosis.
He's missed 115 regular season games.
Still trying to get on track. He's 2 for 11 in the series, hitting just .171 during the postseason. Well hit to left field. It may go.
summers and all those countless hours spent in the backyard pretending that you're in the World Series. And then your dreams come true. You know, your first at bat at home in your first World Series, you know, you get a chance to hit a home run. To be able to come to New York in front of friends, family, the fans, the city. I mean, that's going to be one of the best moments that I ever have on a baseball field.
Tomorrow, between 4 and 6 p.m., never seen free crunchy meat tacos with the purchase of a large drink. Compliments of Taco Bell.
We're heading into the second in Arizona, but let's take a stroll back to 1999. Todd Pratt in NLDS Game 4 over the wall, and that'll do it. No, Steve Finley doesn't have the baseball. Hey, two friends on the call today, both involved. Luis Gonzalez shaking his head, watching the highlights right now.
I remember that like it was yesterday. I was the winning pitcher of that game.
I bet you do. I was trying to forget that like it was yesterday. Boy, now I got to sit here and stew over that for the next 8 innings.
But do you? You have the ring from 01.
Yeah, you got a ring. I don't have a ring, so you're one up on me on that.
I know, but honestly, I felt like we had just as good a team in '99 as we did in 01, and the Mets. And that was a great series too.
Yeah.
And I still remember Finley running into the wall and trying to make that. Oh man, what a great! It was a good series.
I guess they're going to keep Gesellman in the game and try to get a little length out of him, you know, 3 or 4 innings or maybe 2 or 3 innings. Their bullpen is well rested besides Trevor May, I would say.
Gesellman, a former starter. It's basically like getting a start. We'll see how Bumgarner looks here in the second after allowing the first 6 Mets to reach, all via hit. So for the Mets, they open up a game with 6 straight hits for the second time in franchise history. Last one was June 25th, 1979 against the Pirates in the second of a double dip at Shea Stadium.
Wow. Long time ago.
Yeah. State Farm defense on your left there for Arizona. Nick Ahmed's one of the best in the biz at shortstop.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how Bumgarner challenges this lineup the second time around. I mean, he's got a new lease on life now. He's got a 1-run lead after you thought he was going to be down 4 runs.
That's actually the first strikeout of the day with all the hitters we've seen. Okay, Luis, this is what I'm saying. 2 years later, the most epic moment in franchise history by far. Walk-off Game 7 World Series off the best closer ever. That's what every kid dreams about.
Yeah, that feels like yesterday, too. Every time I see that, that was a great feeling. I mean, 99, losing that game and be able to come back a couple years later. You don't know how many World Series you're ever going to be able to play in, and so many great players have played this game. But to have an opportunity to win one, it's something. It's a fraternity. You'll never forget it.
20th anniversary of that World Series is on November 4th this year. Leadoff man Jonathan Villar singled in the first, later scored on the McCann homer. But think about it, with all the strikeouts, and there's the spray chart thanks to StatCast, with all the strikeouts that we see in the game today, here's Villar, chips it to right, and he's on again. And he's going to head for 2 and get in there. Jonathan Villar head first after the single in the first, a double in the second. Contact galore today, Luis.
Yeah, these guys are doing a good job. I mean, don't sleep on the Mets. These guys are leading their division right now, and they've got some guys that are injured. When they get back, this ball club, they're going to have some great bench players ready to go out there to fill in with those other starters. Oh, yeah, and they got some guy named DeGrom at the top of their rotation, too. He's pretty good.
Yeah, he looked good on Monday, toying with the D-backs. 6 shutout innings, just 2 singles, 70 pitches as they stretch him back out, coming off the injured list.
How about being one of those rehab guys? You know, when he went down to rehab and pitched, be one of those A-ball guys having to face DeGrom. He's throwing 101, 102.
I think one of them put on Instagram, send help.
I mean, some of these kids are coming out of, you know, high school or college and didn't see guys even throwing in the mid to upper 90s. And now they're facing a guy that's throwing triple digits. That's a tough draw.
You know, DeGrom has been unbelievable the last 3-4 years. I mean, he just goes out there, he's free and easy, throwing 100, 101, 102 miles an hour. And he's one of those guys, he's very quiet. You never hear him make a peep in the locker room or nothing like that, but he just comes about and does his work, does his job day in and day out.
Popped up. It's Walker calling off Kelly for the second out. Rewind to the first. Villar, Lindor, McCann went base hit, 3-run blast.
And they got too much of the plate earlier in the count, and they jumped on him. Now it seems like he's working the ball a little bit more in, a little bit more away. You know, the one thing about him is he'll figure it out as a veteran guy, and if he gets in a groove, the Mets can be a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, and he knows that his velocity isn't what it used to be. I mean, back in the day, he could probably get away with those pitches if he's throwing mid to upper 90s, but as you get older, your velocity tends to decrease a little bit, and now he's got to find other ways, which is location and trying to spot those pitches in and out in the strike zone.
He's on a 5-year, $85 million contract coming from the Giants over to Arizona for the 2020 campaign. He signed up through 2024. I feel like we've been watching Bumgarner forever. He's 31 years old. Already in his 13th season. McCann up the middle. Solidly struck, and here comes Villar rounding third. He'll score easily. It's an RBI single from James McCann to tie this game up again at 5. His 4th RBI. We're in the second.
First baseman,
Starting to come around with the bat. Had 4 hits the other night against Atlanta. Had a double last night. 2 more hits today. And again, middle in. See that ball was not in like we wanted it. It was just middle.
And Jonathan Villar can fly. Leadoff man scores again for New York. He scored twice. We're up to Alonso for the second time today. We saw the curveball there from Bumgarner. Does he need to mix that in more, Luis?
Yeah, I think so, but I think he's got to be very careful because these are dangerous hitters right here in the middle of the order. And if you're struggling with your command a little bit, you better find something that's working really well for you. If not, these guys are going to make you pay.
That's a good pitch.
A backdoor curveball there. The first pitch, that one's cutter in. So he's trying to move the ball in and out. But like Louis said, he's got to be very careful.
Nicely framed there too by Kelly.
Well, you see a guy like Pete Alonso on that pitch, 83 miles an hour. His eyes probably lit up thinking about how he's going to drive that ball. Well, he can get those mistake pitches and hit them a long way. He did that here the other night. First game back from the injured list. He made his impact known real quick.
Yeah, Monday, his 7th home run of the season. Leads the team. And this 0-2 is strike 3. So 2 Ks in the inning for Bumgarner. Gives up a run, and we're tied again at 5 after 1.5.
And this one to a wide open space. McCann with a great diving stop, and he hits Peterson for the out. McCann drives one out to left field. Tapia going back. Warning track at the wall. It's out of here. James McCann, number 3 hitter and first baseman, hits a home run.
The 2-1 pitch lifted in the air to right field. That's deep. Acuna going back at the track, at the wall. It's gone. A home run.
McCann, it's a line drive towards center, chasing Heredia back, still going, reaching up. It's off his glove. It falls in behind him and rolls toward the fence in center field. McCann gets to second. Now he's on his way to third. Relay throw from Swanson won't be made.
Swinging a ground to right side. Base hit going into right field. Lindor hits second. He'll get to third easily. And McCann 3 for 3 on at first with a single. So he's got a single, double, and homer. 0-1 the count. Now the pitch. Ground ball. Shortstop hole. Swanson slides. Can't get it. It's under his glove and into left field. VR races around the score. That'd be 4 out of 4 tonight for McCann. And the Mets have increased their lead to 7-1.
Third time in his career he's had a 4-hit game.
Back on YouTube with our first poll question of the day. So if you're watching on your phone, on your computer, help us out here as we're looking for the epic playoff pitching legend of the past 50 years. Which pitcher would you want most on your postseason roster? We're going since 1969 when the mound was lowered. We bring it up today because Bumgarner's pitching, and he was ridiculous in some World Series appearances for the Giants, including 2016. He basically carried the squad. Schilling's on the list along with Smoltz and Mariano Rivera, and with John Franco and Luis Gonzalez. We'll get your picks too and see if that helps to sway the crowd. John, I can see you in deep thought right now. Who do you want? You have one guy to put on your postseason roster on the mound. Which one?
I mean, Rivera's the guy that shuts everything down. So the other 3 guys can get it to Rivera. I'll take Rivera to shut it down. But all 3 of them are great picks.
He only blew one game, only had...
Yeah, I know. The other guy on the other side of the mic.
One blip on the radar, and that was Gonzalez in 2001, Louis.
The closer of eternity.
Scott, yeah, that's what I was going to say, Scott. You saw how he picked the closer, right?
Of course.
It's a tight-knit bunch of guys. You really can't go wrong with any of those guys. I mean, if you're going to go starters, you got Smoltz, who was dominant for so many years. Schilling was probably one of the most prepared pitchers. I mean, Bumgarner, the run that he had, I mean, shoot, I'll throw all the names in a hat, and whichever one I pick out, you can't go wrong with any of them. Even Mariano closing games out. But the other 3 are the longevity guys like Franco. They just kind of sit there, and they're the guys that come late to the party and they celebrate with everybody at the end.
Somebody's got to do it.
He's the guy that everybody orders dinner, and then at the end he comes in and then he leaves after the check comes.
Sometimes Gesellman goes short. They're hoping he goes long today. He gets the first out in the home second. That's Ketel Marte. Hey, Omar Minaya is hanging out with us in the live chat today, running the Mets account. The Mets ambassador says when you're a GM in a game like today and you know it's going to be a long one, you just want to win, especially on a getaway day. You don't want to play one of those long ones and lose. Well, we have a long one, so according to Omar, this holds extra meaning on getaway day. We had a 43-minute first inning as Escobar watches ball 1. Did you actually make a selection, though, Louis? You're on the call today.
I did. No, I didn't actually. I did the political.
Well, I'm going to force
route.
you. Everyone else has to pick. Right. They're doing it right now. Just give me a guy, even if you're drawing out of a hat.
You know what? You guys are in studio, and I don't know if Smoltzy's there or not. I'm going to go with Smoltzy because I struggled with him my whole career. So I want to make his day if he's around studio with you guys. So you'll see him over there.
I'll let him know when I pass him in the hallway.
Absolutely.
Down low to Escobar, who's mic'd up today. telling you, he's something else. I was telling John about him, Louis, before the game. I mean, I've spent some time with Eduardo Escobar. He is vocal. He is hilarious, bilingual, so he can make anyone laugh in the clubhouse. And that's connected to right. He's got himself a single. He can swing the bat, too. He is the NL RBI leader, and Steve Gilbert just saw that single in person, Steve. How fun is he to watch?
Yeah, Eduardo's a lot of fun to watch, and as you guys pointed out, he's a really good clubhouse guy. They have a lot of fun with him. He is deathly afraid of cats. I don't mean like big cats. I mean like your household cats. And so Ildemaro Vargas and David Peralta used to bring a stuffed cat into the dugout and every now and again just kind of throw it at him, and it would always catch him off guard and scare him. So they've done all kinds of pranks with that.
Well, the D-backs mascot is a bobcat, correct?
Yep, that was named after Bank One Ballpark, which was the original name of the stadium.
That's a liner to Alonso. He'll step on the bag, double him up, and retire the side. A laser. Pete in the right spot. Gesellman with a smile, and look at that. A scoreless bottom of the second. 5-5 after 2.
Off the side of the mound, Crawford can't get it, and Pavin's got a single. And he's going to go over that way. Dickerson was back. It drops in front. So he's now hit safely in 6 straight games. Fights this one off and dunks it in front of Dickerson. That's the second time Pavin Smith has found a base hit over there. And they have to hustle. It gets by Rogers. Nobody's home at first, and Pavin is in there. Third hit tonight for Pavin. Pavin knocks it into the gap. That'll get 2 runs in. Pavin Smith with a 2-run double, and it's a 1-run ball game. Pavin hits it deep to left center. Pavin Smith hits off the wall. Here comes Ketel. Pavin Smith has tied the ball game. Pavin Smith, stay hot. Well, you called it earlier. He's putting these doubles in the absolute perfect spots, and this one is going to be a triple. Is that on the ground and through? It's a base hit. LeCastro heads for third. Pavin Smith making a 10-game hitting streak.
This is the Oakland Athletics NBA referee right here. Steve is Bolt.
Got a double tech.
Subs. He's checking me underneath. He's checking me. Watch him.
Take us to break, Rep.
Go, Rep. Take us to break.
Give us a call.
Call.
Oh, he is good, and he joins us today for this half inning on YouTube. YouTube creators, you know what to do. If you've got a question, hit us up, and I'll relay it over to the great Stephen Vogt. Our State Farm interview in the dugout today. The 2-time All-Star joins us. I'm sure you can't get enough of that clip, though. I mean, that was money, national audience, and it really showed your unique referee ability.
Yeah, it was fun. You know, when Johnny Gomes invited me to come on Intentional Talk with him, I never thought it would turn into something like that it has, and it turned into a bobblehead. It turned into a lot of different things. So a lot of fun.
We saw it on Intentional Talk on MLB Network years back. We'll have a poll question later for funniest player in Major League Baseball. You are on the list, Steven, so we'll see how that goes later on. But let's start off some questioning too, and we'll get some from the YouTube creators. First off, who's picking on you in the dugout throughout the day here?
That's Asdrubal Cabrera. You know, he's unfortunately on the IL right now, so he's got a lot of time on his hands, and he knows I like to chew some gum, so you got to mess with me a little bit.
Nice. Hey, why don't you let the YouTube audience know what it's like to swing a bat, especially with guys throwing mid-90s regularly nowadays, and do so without batting gloves?
Well, funny story. I mean, for me, it was I was in high A, and I was grinding in high A in 2010, and took some bad batting practice, so I ripped my batting gloves off and went the rest of batting practice without batting gloves, and 2 hits that night, and haven't looked back since. But the way you swing a bat at upper 90s with no batting gloves is a lot of pine tar, and you make sure that it's stuck to your hands and it won't go flying out.
Yeah, Stephen, Luis Gonzalez here. Madison Bumgarner today struggled a little bit early. Now pitching change. What'd you see? You've caught him for a long time in the Giant system, and now here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Bum is when he's got his command down, you know, that's when you really see him getting quick outs and things like that. And today it just seemed like he was missing over the middle, and just the stuff wasn't as sharp. You know, it's hard to tell from the side, obviously, but usually when you see what happened these first couple innings with him, just the command was off a little bit and things weren't as sharp. So they took advantage, but fortunately the offense picked us up, and we're all knotted up right here with a chance to win.
Riley Smith is in the game for Arizona. We're in the third. Pilar just bounced out. Now it's Dom Smith. We're talking to Stephen Vogt here on YouTube today. And we saw 10 runs in the first couple innings. Stephen, is it just one of those days? Does it feel like a hitterish day? Of course, roof closed in Arizona this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of started out that way. You know, we joking around about the pace of play. We're off to a hot start so far today, and but you know, it's funny when you get games like that. You know, they go and put up a 4 spot, and we're able to come right back and punch them back like we did, and that's what you got to do. And that gets everybody to kind of get right back into the game, back on your toes, and ready to go. But obviously, I don't think the pace of the game is going to continue that way. But you never know; it could be one of those days, like you said.
Wide open left side for Dom Smith to come through, and a 1-out base runner for New York. As we check out some pitching injuries right now for Arizona, Weaver, Widener, and we did see a bullpen session for Zach Gallen the other day. And how fun is it to catch Zach Gallen? I mean, this is a stud starter who's missing in action right now for Arizona, but pitchability stuff is off the charts.
Yeah, he's an absolute treat to catch, and you know, I've seen very few people, especially for as young as he is, that put the time and the focus, and he knows exactly what he's doing with every single pitch, and he wants to make every single pitch perfect, and he's got 4 legitimate bona fide pitches, and he's going to be a really good pitcher for a really long time in this league. And in my opinion, he's a top of the rotation arm that's got an opportunity to win some Cy Youngs here as his career progresses. So it's been really fun to catch him.
Smith's on first, 1 out, and Brandon Drury takes a strike. Talking to Stephen Vogt, let's get to some YouTube creator questions. Austin Kleschka is going to start us off. He said, based off your referee video, you got to play a 3-on-3 basketball game. Which teammates are you taking to play with you?
Oh man, first right off the bat, Nick Ahmed. This is one of the best athletes I've ever played with. I think he said he ended up scoring like 38 points in a high school game one time or something like that. So he'd definitely be my #1 pick. And then probably Tim LeCastro, just because no one would be able to guard him. So we would just clear out, give him the ball, and he would just run by everybody and put it in. But those are 2 of the more athletic guys on this team, and that would for sure be my picks.
Yeah, great choices. And we're looking at LeCastro right now, one of the best in sprint speed in Major League Baseball. 2-1 to Drury. Skied. And Walker's going to clear some space and haul it in. 2 gone. All right, so here's one from 5 Point Vids. What's the go-to flavor of gum?
Oh, so we've got the double bubble pack, and we got the original watermelon. I'm a green apple fan, actually. Green apple gum is my favorite. No idea why, just a little bit of sour. Only lasts for about 15 seconds, and then you got to get another piece. But you got to enjoy the green apple while you can.
Yeah, it's a little wake-up call, and then it goes away. Peraza with 2 outs.
Absolutely. I'm just ready for these COVID protocols to loosen up so I can have some sunflower seeds. My goodness. You know, it's been over a year since we've been able to have sunflower seeds. We need those. We need those back.
Stephen, I'm rooting for you. I feel you. I am rooting for you. You guys are troopers out there in the desert right now.
You got to punch a hole between that little mask right there and spit them seeds out.
I'm sure someone's working on that right now.
Here it comes.
Hey, there it is. Can you toss that to someone, or is netting going to block it?
Yeah. No, the netting. Well, it hinders our ability to give away souvenirs.
Sports Storm said, Stephen, how often do you guys attempt to race Lo Castro? I'm going to say that's probably never.
Never. No, there's no need to. This guy's a fastest man in baseball for a reason, and you know, as confident as I am in my speed abilities, I'm just not going to tempt fate and ask Tim Locastro to race. So we'll go ahead and let him keep that crown.
We just showed your bare-handed grab on the slow roller. That was probably about 12 miles an hour on the exit velocity, and this one's a floater. And Pavin Smith makes the catch. Look at that. Pretty clean inning there. Just the single. Smith is stranded. Stephen, thanks for the time, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Stephen Vogt hanging with us on YouTube. Riley Smith comes into the game and pitches a scoreless third.
2-2. Little arm side run. What a play at third by Jonathan Villar. Villar cranks one deep to center. Heredia racing back at the wall in towards the apple.
Nubbed slowly, third base line. If it stays fair, it's a hit. They're letting it roll. It's going to stop. It's a fair ball right next to third base. Cameron Maybin has his first Mets hit.
And this one to a wide open space. McCann with a great diving stop, and he hits Peterson for the out. McCann drives one out to left field. Tapia going back. Warning track at the wall. It's out of here. James McCann, number 3 hitter and first baseman, hits a home run. McMahon flies it to left, and the ball game is over. The Mets sweep the doubleheader and take 3 out of 4 from the Rockies. Struck him out, got him with a changeup. DeGrom with 6 strikeouts on the night. He's now retired 8 in a row. Strike 3 call. Got him with a fastball on the outside corner, and that's 7 of them tonight for Jake. Struck him out. 3 in a row for DeGrom, 9 for the night.
Five per side, last of the third here at Chase Field. And in case you're going, wait, why is he bringing up 5-point vids? Austin Kleschko, who are these people? These are YouTube creators that are joining us today, along with the MLB account, Mets channel, and the Diamondbacks channel too. Adding to the unique viewing experience, you can check out our live game commentary featuring many of the different team accounts and YouTube creators. And on your computer, your mobile device, and your smart TV, you can see that chat going on right now. Questions, comments, and the polls as well. Let's wrap up our first poll. John Franco saying, hey, it was all me. Gotta love the relievers. Which one would you want on your postseason roster as the first pitch is swung on by Pavin Smith, and he's retired by a ground ball here in the third. 51% of the audience thinks that Mariano Rivera is the guy. The Diamondbacks account says, oh, that guy who gave up the hit, which won us the World Series, is in the poll. That is a strong comeback.
Wow. They're still holding that grudge.
Hey, it just goes to show that Johnny Franco's fraternity is still very strong out there.
I just want you to know that was all relief pitchers doing that, well, making that vote count like that.
Strong New York audience today.
That's right.
And they know what Mariano Rivera did in NYC for many years, shutting teams down in big moments.
Well, Gazelman has settled in a little bit, pretty good right now. He's throwing strikes, working ahead right now. That's what they're trying to do. Make sure he stay ahead of the hitters, throw strikes, keep the game moving.
And he's ahead of Ahmed.
Yeah, and I think, too, if Gazelman could take them deeper in the game, it kind of gives that bullpen relief help, because the Mets leave here tonight after the game and head over to San Diego, which should be a big series there for, you know, the Padres and the Mets.
That's a 4-game series also, so it's be a long weekend.
A lot of Padres coming up for New York. They're on their second 9-game trip of the season, and Gesellman's part of this notable relief corps that has been very effective so far this season. Trevor May's in a rut at the moment. Diaz with the blown save yesterday, but that was his first of the season. There's Castro and Loop, an off-season ad. Familia has been fantastic this year. A little traffic, but he's worked through it. And Sean Reed-Foley recently sent back down.
What a difference a year makes. Last year they struggled. The year before they struggled. This year they're doing a really, really good job.
9th in baseball, around 3.5 with that mark. And look at the past.
Yep.
Yeah, and that drastic change right there shows you why they're one of the leaders in the league right now.
And VR puts away Ahmed. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. 2 outs, and here's Vargas, who knocked in 2 runs in the first with his base hit. You know, all the bullpen talk, and a guy who wasn't on that list, who is now active and could be pitching today later in the game, is Seth Lugo, who's been one of their best relievers, if not their relief ace over the past several seasons.
Absolutely. He's been the most consistent guy out of that bullpen the last couple of years. They went from starting to relieving, then back to starting, then back to relieving. So finally he's in the bullpen. He's healthy now. I'm pretty sure we'll see Seth sometime today.
He finished last year as a starter, but he's back in a relief role.
Well, that starting rotation is pretty deep. You know, unfortunately, Syndergaard hurt and Carrasco's hurt, and they would be in the rotation, and maybe Peterson might not have been in the rotation.
I think some Mets fans were wondering if they were going to see him yesterday in the late stages.
I thought he was going to come into the game yesterday myself. You know, Trevor May, and he had a real tough inning the night before, and last night he struggled a little bit. And Seth Lugo is ready to go. If he's here, he's ready to pitch. Bring him in.
Do you think that they were saving him for a less stressful inning to start off his season?
You know, he's been around for a while. I don't think you have to worry about a stressful with Seth. I mean, he's got some good stuff. He'll be fine.
3 ground balls in the inning. That one turned nicely by Gesellman. Bare hand.
Best athletes on the field, the pitchers.
Hey, there you go. About face. Gesellman, 3 up, 3 down in the 3rd. One more time. What did you say, John?
The best athletes on the field are the pitchers.
Smooth.
We'll talk about that.
Third base, Rondon for 1. Goldie can't get it. Escobar's home, and they're running around the bases. They'll stop Reddick. 9-2. Haven hits it deep to left center. Haven Smith hits off the wall. Here comes Ketel. Haven Smith has tied the ball game. Marte sends one deep to left center. Ketel Marte. That's his first homer since April 2nd, and we are tied at 2. There go the runners. Ketel bounces it to third. It gets by Rondon. Reddick is home. Here comes Peacock. Hayes in there. Goes with a fastball and drives it to center. Marte got himself turned around, but recovers to make the catch on the warning track. A 360 from Ketel. Called strike 3.
Breaking ball, did he go? He did. He's out on a check swing, strike 3. Here's the delivery. Got him swinging. Kelly strikes out the side. 5 in the ball game. 1, 2, 3 go the Giants in the 5th.
Leading off for New York, pitcher Robert Gesellman.
I'm so excited to be here. How about this guy? They've entered his name into the Spelling Bee Championship. Kyle Schwarber.
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Next poll question is on funniest player in this sport right now. You have to have an act to be on this list. Poll question is up on YouTube for you to contribute on your phone, on your computer, on your tablet. Funniest player in baseball right now. There are your options. I know Diamondbacks fans are probably going to go hard for vote to represent. And yes, Robert Gesellman continues another at-bat. He struck out in the second, and he's pitched well so far in some long relief for New York. 9-1-2 due up for the Metropolitans.
That's what Luis Rojas was hoping, that Gesellman can give him a couple of innings here to save that bullpen. Long weekend ahead of them.
Just like he produces as a pitcher, a ground ball as a hitter, and he's 0 for 2 today. Okay, funniest player of those four. John, you first.
I kind of like the Harry Carey, Derek Holland.
Louis?
Yeah, Hollins, he's always been pretty funny with all that stuff. I was trying to think back when we played too, with all these guys, a cast of characters. You know, you always have the funny guy in the locker room, but you hope that he's a good player too, that produces a little bit so he's around, because you just don't want to have that funny guy in there that doesn't do anything for the team. But these guys have all been able to produce. Yeah, Holland's probably my pick.
Yeah, excellent broadcaster, that Derek Holland. Old school Harry Carey style. Let us know though. Chime in. Poll is up right now, and we'll pay it off a little bit later. Also, we'll do our player of the game poll later on YouTube, which gives you a chance to pick the player of the game and our post-game interview.
Johnny, I'm curious, who was your funny guy when you guys played for a long time?
I don't know if you remember, there's a big, tall pitcher, left-handed pitcher, Eric Hillman. He was pretty funny in the locker room. We had a couple of jokes. I mean, I was pretty funny, but you know, when I had to be.
You had a lot of free time. All you had to do was show up to work in the 9th inning, and you were okay.
Best job in baseball, 9:50 to 10 o'clock every night.
Yeah, I had Mark Grant when I was a young player, the broadcaster with the Padres.
Yeah.
He used to do this umpire skit. It was amazing.
Yeah, he did all the umpires. I remember that.
Nice leaping grab by Escobar. Athletic play to retire VR. So Jonathan Villar's 2 for 3 today now, and Lindor is 1 for 2. He is loving D-backs pitching so far this season, and we're loving that he's mic'd up.
What's up, boys? What's up, baby? How you doing? Good, good. I got the mic today, guys. I got the mic just in case. What's up, baby? Yeah, I'm mic'd up. Hey, the fastball is not as overpowering. I got beat in the fastball first pitch because I was trying to go the other way.
Well, that's the good stuff, Louis. He was talking to who was that, Pilar, about the fastball from Madison Bumgarner, who's now out of the game. And there's a bunt down from Lindor, and he's going to race over to first and beat the throw. Francisco Lindor with a bunt single with 2 outs in the 4th.
Yeah, this is another tool that this guy can hurt you with. He's got speed, plays fantastic defense, has power. Here you see him getting a good bunt down and beating it out at first base.
I want to say in the last week or so, maybe a little bit more, he's done that 3 or 4 times already. He's got a couple of hits out of it, so that's going to help him raise his average a little bit more and build a little bit more confidence in him. And if the teams keep giving it to him, why not take it?
Absolutely. And Johnny, you know, in New York City, you have to, if you don't come out of the gates producing, they're going to get on you anyway. And I think now he's just really starting to settle in a little bit. You're going to see his numbers eventually go back to where they normally are. He just got out of the gates a little slow, trying to do too much for a new team.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you.
James McCann goes after the first pitch, and that's going to go 4-hole. It's a seeing eye single for James McCann, 2 aboard for New York.
That's another, looked like a shift hit right there, Lou.
Yeah. And McCann's loving it right now. He's having a 3 for 3 day. he kind of hopes this game goes all day long.
He's getting his groove back.
2 singles and a 3-run homer for James McCann this afternoon in the 3 spot. Now cleanup hitter Pete Alonso with 2 aboard. Pete's 1 for 2. Singled in the first, struck out in the second. He was the last batter that Bumgarner faced. Riley Smith replacing him and trying to work through this 4th. 26-year-old on the mound actually picked up his first career save on Sunday. He threw the final 3 innings against the Cardinals in a 9-2 win. That win meant something for this home ball club. It snapped a 13-game losing skid, and manager Torey Lovullo said there was some celebrating going on. Of course, a long road ahead for this team, but they were fighting, and they found a victory against a good ball club in the NL Central on Sunday.
It always seems like when you're struggling, you're playing the hot teams. You know, the Cardinals are a good team. The Mets come in. You're looking for one of those weaker teams maybe to help you get over that hump. But losing 13 in a row is a tough way to come to the ballpark every day. But you got to keep battling. It's a long season.
Yeah, the D-backs move on to Milwaukee starting tomorrow. Not an easy team to face with their starting lineup, or their starting rotation, I should say, even more so. Let's bring you back to Monday. Pete Alonso said, no rehab assignment, no problem. 4 RBIs for Pete. Welcome back.
Yeah, that homer right there, I was here that night. It was hammered way up there. You knew he got it right off the bat.
He sprained his right hand and was placed on the shelf on May 18th. He had been struggling, trying to play through the injury, and the Mets said take a break, and now he's back in a big way.
It's a big,
yeah,
strong
and you
kid.
got to think the Mets are, yeah, and the Mets are going to be there. I mean, they don't even have McNeil, Conforto. They've had some key injuries to a lot of guys, and now they get Alonso back. These guys they're going to be in the mix at the end of the year. These guys are going to make some noise. Their bullpen's doing fantastic. They got good starting pitching.
The other thing is that the NL East is struggling. The Phillies, the Nationals, the Braves, all of them are struggling. The Marlins. So you got to take advantage of that now.
And you have a new owner that wants to win, and he's excited all the fans in the city because he knows, you know, you're competing against the Yankees day in and day out over there. They want to put a winner back out on the field. You saw him, you know, pay the extra money to get a guy like Lindor and then add those pieces that they need. So you know, if they're in contention there, they're gonna go out the trade deadline and get something.
StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, setting us up with Pete Alonso's 450 plus bombs since 2018. He's done it 9 times, tied for second best in Major League Baseball. Big, strong, ideal cleanup hitter in the game.
He's a big, strong, and he loves coming to the ballpark, and he has fun. He has fun. He enjoys his teammate. He's a great teammate.
He had a dream rookie season. All-Star, home run derby champ, 53 homers, a rookie home run record, top 10 in NL MVP voting that year. He takes this payoff on the ground. It sets up for Escobar to put him away, and the Mets strand a couple. Still tied at 5. Riley Smith, superstitious, hopping across the line with a scoreless frame.
Since I was 3 years old, all I've ever wanted to be is a baseball player. Like, I just love it so much.
There are people who enjoy what they do for a living, and then there's Pete Alonso.
I don't think that passion will ever go away. It's like people are going to have to rip this damn jersey off me
Alonso crushes interviews with the same intensity he crushes baseballs, and plans to attack the next decade and a half like a man short on time.
In most professions, like let's say if you have like a doctor or lawyer and they truly love it, they can practice until they die. But for me, I can't do that. I don't have the luxury to do that. I have a short window. I just want to maximize my time.
Alonso aims to squeeze every last drop out of his time, his skills, and his platform.
For me, I want to be a good person. I want to be a good dude. I want to be a human first before a baseball player. And with the platform that I have, for me, it's like if you're not impacting people in a positive way, then I don't think that you're doing it right.
Circle K is home to the official Phoenix Dog.
We're in the home fourth, knotted up at 5 each week this season on our broadcast. We're going to focus on a YouTube content creator featured in our live game commentary section. So our creator spotlight today shines on Light Skin Chris. On his channel, he covers all things MLB, gaming tips. His main goal, grow the game. I love that. And also has over 20,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel, over 1 million views. So he's in the live chat today. Say hello to us, Chris. And he's a big Mike Trout fan. I've seen some of his work playing MLB The Show on YouTube. He is a very entertaining fellow. And all of those YouTube creators are spending time with us today in the live chat, contributing questions. They'll have a few for John and Luis throughout the day, including on the post-game show, 30 minutes dedicated to the Diamondbacks and the Mets, as Robert Gesellman continues his day, 2 2/3 of scoreless baseball so far. He's given up 2 hits, and he gets ready to work in the D-backs' 4th. Castro, then the pitcher's spot, and then back to the top of the lineup. I do see Riley Smith right behind Locastro in that last shot. So the long man for the Diamondbacks looks like he's going to continue.
Yeah, and I think both managers are going to stick with their guys because they've been able to hold the other teams down.
I think Rojas is just hoping that Gesellman can get through this, and then he can shorten the game up a little bit and use his bullpen a little bit. You know, this still like Seth Lugo, Castro, maybe one of those guys will come in next.
This is the rubber match in this series. Mets won Monday. Diamondbacks take it in extras yesterday. Strike down the pipe to Locastro.
That bat didn't sound good there.
No. Yep. Need a new one. There you go.
Yeah. Nice piece of firewood that you don't really need to use here in Arizona. Well, you see that run on that ball just come right in on his hands.
He's got a good two-seamer. That ball just runs and runs and runs.
Man, it's hard. Once you commit to that pitch, it's hard to draw your hands in. You can see Locastro was trying to do it there, but he just couldn't get him in far enough.
There it is again.
It's hard to lay off that pitch. Those are 2 balls out of the zone, but it looks like it's in the zone, and then at the last minute it breaks.
That one a bit more over the plate, but he got him to fly it out to right. There's Drury on the run for out number 1.
Yeah, that's a big. Yeah, that's a big first out there, because what you do is you keep one of the speediest guys in the game of baseball off the base path with a pitcher coming up.
Riley Smith 0 for 10 this season. Yellow Castro in the 8th spot. They call him the world's fastest human in Arizona. He's got the gear, the merchandise, the whole thing.
Louis, does Castro know how to bunt? With that speed,
He does.
I'd be doing it.
You know, and that amazes me sometimes too. A lot of the players don't really use it as much. You saw Lindor do it last half inning. There you see a strikeout. But Lindor knows how to utilize his game. You saw him, you know, he's a home run hitter, but if they're going to give you a bunt single, you're going to take it.
Absolutely.
Especially for the guys you got behind you in the lineup. And a guy like LeCastro, you don't even have to drag bunt. You could push it between first and second base, and it's going to be a foot race between you and the pitcher. And you know you're going to beat him because you're one of the fastest guys in the game. They just don't utilize it as much as they used to.
Tim LeCastro has 1 career bunt hit. Lindor had a bunt base hit in the last inning. 1, and it came this season from LeCastro. By the way, that was the first strikeout from Mets pitching this afternoon. It comes in the 4th inning from Gesellman, who's painting.
So
Johnny, you think if he gets through this inning here, they stretch him out one more?
I would. He hasn't had any stressful innings. I would try to get as much out of him as possible. His first sign of trouble, then bring somebody in. Somebody going along with him. So when he goes back out there, have somebody up with him.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think with all the movement that he's had, he's really given some fits to the D-backs hitters.
Over to right, and there's Drury. Look at Gesellman go as he retires 3 in a row again in the 4th. Did it in the 3rd. He's on a roll.
He just smokes it. Forget about it. My goodness. Great baseball right there.
And that one's gonna go.
That ball was crushed.
And this is gonna do it.
Strike 3. That was a great play.
I talked about his fielding skills. That was remarkable.
Something like this is what they came for.
MLB Originals Season 2 is live on YouTube with new episodes every week. See your favorite players and learn more about the game you love on youtube.com/MLB. Phoenix, Arizona for the Diamondbacks hosting the Mets, and Kevin Pillar is back in the starting lineup for the first time since mid-May, and this was ugly. Hit by a pitch 95 miles an hour. He suffered some facial fractures, and this could be a documentary. The season of Kevin Pillar, an inspiration. New York City loves tough, gritty competitors, and this guy is at the top of the list. He shows up the next day, jokingly asking to be in the lineup, but put together a brilliant press conference, just talking to everyone about how he actually felt fortunate that the baseball ended up where it did, and then 2 inches to the left or right could have hit his eye, 2 inches higher, maybe hits his forehead. And look at him again with his second hit of the day. He's 2 for 3.
Oh, baby, oh, baby.
And the thing about him is that he's a great teammate. The guys on the team love him. He's a throwback. I love this guy. I wish he was part of my team when I played. He just comes to the ballpark every day, prepared to play. I think he was down 36 seconds when he got hit in the nose and got up and walked off on his own power. And then he, in the hospital tweeting out that he's be fine. He's just a great player, good guy, and he can do a lot of things. He can play all the outfield positions, and he's a veteran guy who knows his role.
Yeah, you're exactly right, John. And you could tell the type of guy is. He was more concerned about the pitcher on the Atlanta Braves team than he was about his own injury, worried about his mental health after, about, hey, you're going to be okay, this part of the game, and things like that. And it just shows you what type of guy he is.
That was Jacob Webb, reliever for the Atlanta Braves, who felt terrible. And Kevin Pillar has since said he's very much not afraid in the box. As soon as he comes back, he said the chances of that happening again are quite low. Dom Smith, left field, and that's falling fast, and it's off Locastro's glove. Pillar up to second, and 2 on to start the 5th for the Mets.
Dom Smith's starting to heat up a little bit too. He's swinging the bat pretty good the last 4 or 5 games. But Louis, I want to get back to Pillar. As a hitter, when you get hit in the face like that and you're out for a while, when you step in the box for the first time, the next time, as a hitter, what's going through your mind? I mean, I know the odds of it happening again is very, very rare, maybe, but just going through your mind at the time.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I haven't been hit in the face before, but when I played, I had shoulder injuries and elbow from throwing and things like that. So, or diving for a ball, and it's okay in practice, but when you get in the game, you're playing in a big league game, everything speeds up. And for him to, I mean, he's on fire right now. He's come out. He's got 3 or 4 hits in this series, and it's like nothing has affected him. It's amazing how he's just come out and he's hitting 90+ mile-an-hour fastballs like nothing has ever happened.
He's not shying away from nothing.
No, and that's a big mental hurdle that you got to get through as an athlete, because you've had a lot of trauma to your body, and he's stepped right back out on the field like it's nothing.
Big cut and a miss from Brandon Drury, a ball and a strike. Yeah, Pillar in his first at bat back on Monday ripped a base hit past the left side, and they had to compromise. He wanted to be back in the starting lineup on Monday. They said, you can come back, we'll activate you, but we're going to slow play this. No rehab stint. The medical staff wanted to be careful. Monday was the first time he participated in pregame activities to get himself ramped up again. Drury clocks it over short, and he's got himself a knock, and here comes Pillar. And the Mets take the lead back. It's 6-5. Brandon Drury comes through with an RBI hit.
Boy, that's got to feel good for Drury, his former team, the Arizona Diamondbacks, to come up and get a big hit against them. Well, you see that pitch just run back over the middle part of the plate. That's where big league hitters will make you pay for it.
Great read by Pillar, off to the races to score the go-ahead run.
And that's what the Met front office did this offseason. Not only signed the free agents, but they went and got free agent veteran guys like Pillar, like Villar, like Drury, and guys who have been in the big leagues before, know their roles if they get called up to sub in for the regulars.
And they had a name for them too, bench mob.
Bench mob.
Peraza's part of that group.
And I think the Mets went out and got the right pieces. I mean, they got ball players. They got guys that want to go out there and they know their roles on the team. I think Rojas has done a fantastic job with the personnel that he has, and he knows, and each player knows what their role is on the ball club.
Given the Mets standing in the division and the fact that a week ago they had 17 players on the injured list, Luis Rojas has to be in the conversation for manager of the year right now in the National League. There's Billy McKinney, who could step up in the pitcher's spot after Peraza. On the ground, could be 2. Here's 1, and the throw over to first is in time to double up Peraza and the Mets. Moving over to third is Smith, and we will get a pinch hitter now.
Pinch hitting for Robert Giselle, number 60, Billy McKinney.
Vargas to Ahmed to Walker.
Scott, going back to your point, the Mets this year have used 43 players this season so far in 47 games. Last year in 2020, they used 47 players total.
And how many games were played last year? 60.
Yeah.
We have a long way to go.
Well, and that just goes to show you the depth that they have. They've gone out and got the right players. Brandon Drury, for instance, he was supposed to be a cornerstone here, like a young player here. Just couldn't find his way, struggled a little bit offensively, goes and plays in different organizations. The Mets pick him up, and look, now he's one of their role players coming off the bench and filling in whenever he has to.
And Drury did not hit in spring training, did not hit well in AAA, but he's been much better in the bigs. McKinney actually had a huge spring training for the Milwaukee Brewers, and he was acquired last week. There's Drury with the Diamondbacks. Those were his best days. Picked up in the Justin Upton deal. And the Yankees were hot on his trail for years. It didn't work out in the Bronx, working better in Queens. What do you think, Johnny? Luis Rojas, NL Manager of the Year if the season ended today?
Pretty good, my vote, that's for sure. He's a great guy too. My son JJ played in the minor leagues for the Mets, and Luis was his manager for a year. And he's just like his dad, mild-mannered. Philippe Alou, just mild-mannered and gets the respect of his players. He's been in the organization for a long time.
He has. He's only 39 years old.
Yeah, and he's put his time in, and not only that, but a lot of the cornerstone players on this Mets team have come through the Mets system. So he's familiar with a lot of the players. So there's that comfort factor that he has with a lot of these guys on the team. And to me, there you see he's the second youngest manager. That doesn't mean anything. He's been around the block with a lot of these guys, and they respect him out there, and that's why you see them playing hard for him.
His father was a pretty good skipper too, Felipe Alou.
Yeah. And they went out and they got Dave Joust. I'm sorry, Louis, Dave Joust, their bench coach. I think that's important because they grew up. Louis grew up with him a little bit when he was with the Montreal, so he knows Joust a long time.
Yep, Joust has been around, and Louis come from a good baseball family too. Let's not forget that. The Alous have all been around the game of baseball, so he's grown up with that in his household.
Louis didn't make it far as a player, but very young manager in the Mets minor league system. He's put in his time.
And we all know as baseball people, when you're a Mets or a Yankees manager, you're on the hot seat from day one. I mean, you know, you're playing in the Mecca, so everybody is watching you constantly. So he's done a fantastic job for his age, and being the manager of a big team like that. It just shows that he's baseball savvy, and he was ready to take over that job.
He has the same demeanor every day.
He plugs in Billy McKinney, who's putting together quite the battle here right now. Back to Monday. Billy McKinney go long. Good work by GM Zach Scott to pick him up And then last week in his Mets debut, he's in the cleanup spot. And there's his homer. He's got some pop. He was once a pretty highly regarded prospect. Very good athlete, plays a solid outfield. And handles the 2-2. It's on the ground. Nice diving stop at first by Walker to the covering Smith. And the Mets do get one across here in the 5th to jump back in front. It's Kevin Pillar back in the starting 9 today. The single, and then Drury brings him home. Mets 6, Diamondbacks 5 on YouTube.
We are headed to the 9th inning. Armando Galarraga has retired 24 consecutive batters, and he has the bottom 3 hitters in the lineup to face here against the Indians. And a swing and a high fly ball toward left center field. Jackson is on the run, still going. He makes the catch. Oh, Jackson! Oh my goodness. Here's the 1-2. Bouncing ball to short. Santiago, and there are 2 outs. Ground ball, right side. Cabrera will cut it off. Galarraga covers. He's out. No, he's safe. He is safe. Oh my goodness, Jim Joyce. No. And the crowd is livid. Bouncing ball left side. Brandon in. I have never been this disappointed after a Tigers win. Armando Galarraga, what an outstanding performance tonight, and I feel for you.
It's time for the on-track bullpen delivery for New York. Now pitching number 67, Seth Lugo.
Let's put a lid on our latest poll question. Funniest player in baseball right now. Ooh, it was a tight race. Brett Phillips comes out on top. Had the huge moment in the World Series last year for Tampa Bay too. Then Vogt, then Holland, and Brent Suter with his Dumb and Dumber impression coming out in 4th place. More polls later, including the YouTube player of the game. You'll decide the winner and our post-game interview. And look who's back for New York. Seth Lugo on the mound for the first time in 2021 as we get a glance at his 2020 numbers. He makes his season debut right now.
Yeah, Seth is coming back from a little elbow surgery. I think he had some bone spurs in his elbow. Fastball in the upper 90s, great overhand curveball. So he's a real competitor. He's another guy that could give you multiple innings.
And he starts Ketel Marte with a strike, facing 2, 3, and 4 in the order for Arizona. We saw 10 runs in the first 2 innings combined from these teams, and the bats have cooled a bit since then. There's the curveball from Lugo. Gesellman was fantastic in relief of David Peterson, who didn't have his good stuff today.
I'm sure Seth's got a little adrenaline flowing right now. He's sitting out most of the season, just waiting for this moment to come back to the big leagues.
See the way he dances around with his left foot and then fires, and Marte sends it in the air. Outfield grass. VR making the catch. There's one away.
That looked like
I was thinking the same thing, Johnny. When you get a guy just coming back off an injury, making his first appearance of the year, that adrenaline's got to really be kicked in. You got to slow yourself down and just get back into the groove and the rhythm. And you know, he's staked with a 1-run lead right now, but you know, he knows he's in a tight game. It's not like he's got a 4 or 5-run lead when he's out there working.
Just get him back to talking about yesterday. If they wanted to put him in a pressure situation, well, here's a pressure situation today where he could have been pitching yesterday also.
Yeah, and facing the heart of the order. I mean, he's facing the 2, 3, 4 guys in the batting order, which has been the best hitters on the club so far.
Here's Escobar. Another curveball. Lugo known for the spin rate on that curve. It's a late start for him due to elbow surgery back in February. Escobar didn't go around. Lugo's 31 years old. And I mentioned last year he finished in the rotation, but he's back in a relief role and he can go multiple innings.
Yes. And it's just making that bullpen a little stronger than what it has been already.
And he strikes out Escobar with some high heat. New to the game of the week for the 2021 season, the YouTube player of the game. Fans watching on mobile devices and computers can participate in the poll to decide who receives the custom trophy. And I'm telling you, players love this thing. Stay tuned for the player of the game polling options later in the show. You know how it is, Louis. Play 162. This breaks things up. You're on a global stage. You get a trophy. These are some of the most competitive human beings on the planet, and they want one of those bad boys, and they get their name engraved on it.
Oh, absolutely. That's a nice piece of hardware right there. Somebody's going to be taking home today.
There's Billy McKinney in right field.
Yeah, and I think that trophy means a lot to the player because it was voted on by the YouTubers.
That's right. Fans decide. That's shipped to center. Pilar is there. 3 quick outs for Seth Lugo. Maybe we'll see more from him in the next inning. After 5, the Mets are up by 1.
Make fun of me or my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating. And he shoots that one into center field, a base hit. Oh no! Slips on his way to first, and now it's a single. Drives in a run. He just kind of somehow kept his hands inside the ball.
That's really going to hurt his home to first numbers.
You know what? You might be right.
So they need the interpreter to talk to Kim.
I don't think that counts as multiple trips to the mound.
No, it's not, but that was great hustle from Craig, the interpreter for the Cardinals.
And this one to a wide open space. McCann with a great diving stop, and he hits Peterson for the out. His first play as a first baseman, and James McCann makes a web gem. Never played the position before since college.
Well, Luis Guillorme is limited to juggling on the bench.
Oh, he switched midstream. That's outstanding.
He's pretty good. Look at that. If you can catch a bat, you can certainly juggle. Now he's really turning it on.
On this inaugural Lou Gehrig Day, join Major League Baseball in the fight against ALS. Visit MLB.com/4ALS to learn more. And this day chosen because it marks the day that Lou Gehrig became the Yankees' starting first baseman and started a streak of 2,130 consecutive games played. It's the first time they're doing this in Major League Baseball. It'll be an annual event on this very day, June the 2nd. And all for a good cause as well. You'll see those 4 ALS logos in ballparks around the country. Uniform patches, some red 4 ALS wristbands are available as well. And the focus of the day, remembering the legacy of the great Lou Gehrig and all those lost to the disease that bears his name. They're raising funds and awareness for research of ALS all day today. And I'm actually sitting next to a 2001 Lou Gehrig Award winner in John Franco.
Yes, it's a great honor, great award. What could you say about Lou Gehrig? What great humanitarian. You know, it's something that as a player, you try to give back as much as you can and try to help out as much as you can.
Taylor Clark is in the game for Arizona, the 3rd pitcher of the day. Here's VR. That one smacked to right center field. Marte chasing and landing it. Francisco Lindor in the 2 spot, mic'd up today.
When the nails are jumping this much, that means I got claws. The good thing about playing early and having the roof closed is we stay relaxed. It's not like, oh my God. Like an early game in Texas before the stadium, woo! It's one of those in the third inning, I'm like, all right, take me out.
I love it. Little inside stuff from Francisco Lindor, including a little nail maintenance, and we got the close-up there too. Get rid of those claws. Good work over the last week too. Lindor and McCann were off to slow starts at the plate, and you can see both of them scorching in the past 7 days of baseball.
Yeah, and Lindor being such a great player. He set the bar high because he had a fantastic spring training. He was hitting homers and got everybody excited, and all the Mets fans excited. And then to get out of the gates as slow as he has, it's been a steady climb for him to get out. But now you're starting to see the Lindor that everybody's expected.
Locked up to a long-term deal that actually starts to kick in next year. 10 years, $341 million agreed to at the start of the season. One of the biggest deals in Major League history.
And he's a guy that...
That's not bad, huh, Scotty? You'll take that.
I'll take a quarter of that. I don't know the math, but I'll take the 10th, the 20th, whatever you want to call it. And he's about 3% through that long-term deal, which actually doesn't even start technically. But you're going to see him in a Mets uniform for a long time.
He's going to be a leader in that club. So the first day he came in, he took charge. You know, working with the infielders, Jeff McNeil and J.D. Davis, telling them how he likes to. How they should set up, how he likes the ball, and then in the locker room too, just always having a smile on his face.
Yeah, and Johnny, you know, once he starts hitting like he's capable of doing, he's going to relax more, and his personality is going to shine on this ball club.
The Mets needed to clean up their defense over the past few years. Lindor a big part of that so far this season, and that's a spinner to left. Locastro on the run, he's fast, and he runs it down. 2 outs, and James McCann steps up. Today, his third 3-hit game of the season. Smashed in the first inning to put the Mets up 3-0. And then an RBI single in the second. He's driven in 4 so far today, and then gets one through the right side. Big smile on the face of James McCann after his 3rd hit, and here he comes for at-bat number 4 of the day. And a potential U2 player of the game at this point with his performance.
I would say so. It's got my vote right now.
Yeah, I would put him in that lump sum too.
He had a 4-hit day on Saturday. 3 career 4-hit games. Saturday against the Braves included an opposite field home run, his 3rd, and we saw him smack his 4th in the opening inning. That's loud contact to right, but Pavin Smith will drift back and make the catch. 3 up, 3 down. Taylor Clark comes in and does his job for the Diamondbacks. We've played 5.5. Mets up 1.
To tack one on here, Escobar. That's 4 in a row for Eduardo Escobar, and it's 6-0. El de la Pica, Fogo Power.
Congratulations, I'm proud of you.
Absolutely. And Nino smacks one in the air to deep left center. Back goes Ozuna onto the warning track at the wall. It's out of here! The Mets take the lead in the 9th on a Tomas Nido home run. And the Mets lead it 4-3. And Azika grounds one down to first. Coming home is Mancini, the slide. Save for the Mets, win it! Mazika does it again!
6-5 Mets in the home 6th, and one more poll question to go before we do the YouTube Player of the Game poll later on. We're looking for the top acquisition in the offseason in the National League. Running our list of candidates with Nolan Arenado and Trevor Bauer. Yu Darvish looking pretty sharp for San Diego. And here's Frankie. The defense outshining the offense so far, but the bat's starting to come around for Lindor, and we have a long ways to go. So it's not about the past, it's which acquisition will have the biggest impact in 2021. I think that's a key part here because Lindor can go on a run. We've seen him swinging the bat well over the past week and change. We have a couple pitchers on the list, and Nolan Arenado off to his usual start in 2021. Gonzo, you pick first.
I'm going to go with, well, I mean, the Dodgers picking up Trevor Bauer is probably a huge pickup for them because it extended that starting rotation that they have. So I'm going to go with Bauer.
No relievers on this board, John.
He's going to go off the chart. I think he wants to go off the chart.
Mark Melancon's been pretty good for the Padres.
I'm going to go pass.
You can't pass.
I'm hoping Lindor.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm hoping Lindor. I mean, there's some glimmer of hope right now that he's swinging the bat well. His defense we're not worried about, and his leadership, I think that's going to help.
Pavin Smith leading off the Diamondbacks 6th.
You know, what makes Seth Lugo so effective is, you know, his curveball is 78, 79 miles an hour. Then he'll come right at you with a 94, 95 up in the zone. So it makes his fastball even look faster than what it looks like.
Lugo sat down the first 3 that he faced in the 5th. Travis Blankenhorn checking in at second base as he was called up yesterday. Jose Peraza over to third base. And that's past Blankenhorn into right center. Pavin Smith with his first hit, and he keeps his streak alive. He's into second with a hustle double. The rookie coming through, and he's got himself a 13-game hitting streak.
Yeah, and he's been one of the most consistent hitters for this club since the start of the year. You see him hustling right out of the box, thinking double from right out of the gates. Nice easy double.
There's the streak, 13. He's just a rookie. Leading baseball in hits for first-year players.
And Scott, you know what? I think you see a lot more young players comfortable now when they're getting into the league because there's so much more social media. You have your YouTubers and guys like that. These guys are all, they know everything that's coming up. When, for instance, when I came up as a rookie, I was more intimidated because, you know, I came out of college, went through minor league. There was not a lot of exposure as far as television and different types of social media that these guys can see. Now they know everything that's going on. So when they walk in the clubhouse, it's like they already know the players when they get there.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. So much social media. Every game's on TV. I mean, you can watch, you get to know your teammates before you even get there. You know, so I think that helps these players a lot, and they come through the system a lot quicker now.
Second longest current hitting streak for Smith. That's in tight to Ahmed. 2 balls and a strike. Seth Lugo made 4 rehab appearances before popping up with the big league club. His highest pitch count was 33. That's number 19 in the air. Floater's going to fall for a knock. Nick Ahmed with a base hit. Pavin Smith over to third.
Second baseman, Eldonaro Vargas.
They're on the corners for Vargas. Aaron Loup heating up. Jonathan Villar left the game with right hamstring tightness. Word just in from the Mets.
Another hamstring injury. That's that's the key to them. That Conforto and McNeil with the hamstrings, and now Villar. I don't know. Maybe they're doing too much stretching, or not enough stretching.
What is it, Gonzo?
They're eating too much healthy food. No more fat foods.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Gonzo.
I'm on the other side of that conversation.
I know you are. I know you're probably drinking one of those fancy shakes right now between pitches.
You're absolutely right. He had some chocolate milk in his water bottle earlier. That's
coffee with coconut water. That's the sac fly line. That's where the ball needs to go to pull off a run here with Smith at third.
I've seen the Scotty Braun workout program. I'm staying away from that one.
I've been off the IL for a while now, actually. I'm doing okay.
Got to get some of the fatty food so you won't pull those muscles. And these guys,
and that's a debate. That's a debate with old school and new school guys, because you talk to the old school guys, they wanted to play every day, and they ate and whatever they wanted to. Now you come to the ballpark, man, there's specialized meals for these guys. They're having their protein shakes, vitamins, all kinds of different things. And I mean, they look good getting off the bus, but they can't stay healthy.
You got to sneak a pizza in once in a while.
Everyone's bigger, stronger, faster. Stretching sounds good. Maybe some yoga. Mets.
Sure they have that.
We've got they have those plans here too in Arizona. A lot of those places.
Mets have runners on the corners, 2 strikes, or make that Diamondbacks with runners on the corners, 2 strikes on Vargas. Now it's 2-2. Smith on third. He doubled to start off the inning, and then Ahmed with a base hit to move him over.
I believe the Mets have their cook travels with them to make sure that the meals are prepared properly.
I think Bronny does too, don't you, Scott? When you go on the road,
I cook myself. Vargas makes contact left side, and that's going to bring in the run. Peraza has to eat the baseball. The Diamondbacks tie it off an infield knock from Vargas.
Boy, and Vargas has had an impact in this game. His first day back from the trade this morning, driven in 3 runs already.
And Louis, just going back to what you said earlier, right? Just make contact with guys on base. You never know what could happen. And there you have first and third. He made a little contact up the line, and just enough to have the run score. And he got himself an infield single.
Pavin Smith scores.
And you're seeing, I mean, with the velocity that these pitchers have now, these guys are all throwing mid to upper 90s, but I think the game will eventually revolve back to guys putting the ball in play and making things happen. I mean, in the old school days, if you didn't put the ball in play, you weren't going to get to the big leagues. Now, I mean, it's all about power and strength. These guys are hitting balls a mile, and 2 or 3 strikeouts a day are acceptable.
Also, in the old days, you would have a little kitty, right? Get him over, that's $5. You got a base hit, another $5, or a sacrifice fly with a runner on. You would have a little pool with the guys, and guys would ante up every time. And at the end of the year, you go out and have a nice dinner.
There's the line for Lugo, looking for his first out in his second inning of work. There's a quick frame in the 5th. And Seth running into some trouble here in the next inning. A Smith double. Ahmed with a single, and then an infield hit for Vargas. Josh Reddick is on deck. Good pinch hitting options today for Arizona. That's caught on the fly by Lugo, and they will double him up. Nick Ahmed was off the bag, and that's a big 2 outs.
Yeah, that's a huge out. And Scott, you were talking about it earlier about how many times has a guy like LeCastro bunted. I think this is one of the parts of his game that he's going to have to work on and try to get better at, especially with his speed. He should be able to get those balls down, and he bunted that right back to the pitcher. A nice break for Lugo there to be able to turn a double play.
Sliding stop catch on the run in the air for Lugo.
Don't. How about the pick by Lindor right there?
Yeah, fantastic.
Good play on both ends. Lugo made a nice play, and the play by Lindor at second.
So here's Reddick. He had the walk-off 2-run double yesterday in the 10th. He's been on fire since joining the Diamondbacks. 370. He's driven in 6, 7 doubles in his first couple weeks with the team. He was signed in mid-April, a minor league contract. Sizzling in his last 3 games.
Yeah, and he was a guy that the team desperately needed, kind of that veteran bat in the lineup. Spent some time in Reno, the AAA affiliate for the Diamondbacks, until he was ready to go.
Yesterday, he was the big man in the 10th after a great at-bat from Pavin Smith. 2 on, and that was just slightly fair. It was reviewed, and the call stood, even though Trevor May still says he thinks it's a foul ball. Josh Reddick, Mr. Walkoff, bringing in 2. That ball skipped around. It was a tough hop in the corner for Billy McKinney, and then a little cold. That felt so good for Josh Reddick post-game. And he strikes out. So after a bumpy beginning to the 6th, Seth Lugo recovers with an athletic double play and a strikeout, but we are tied again after 6.
Going into game 7 with Schilling on the mound, we felt good, and then with Randy in relief, we felt even better if we had to go that route.
Curt Schilling threw well, but after the Yankees got a run in the 8th to take a 2-1 lead, Brenly called upon his best option to make sure that there'd be no more damage.
And the big units coming in the ballgame. And listen to the crowd now.
This place got loud when the big fella came in from the bullpen. That was, I'm still getting goosebumps thinking about it right now.
I mean, the man threw over 100 pitches yesterday, and he's coming in the next day.
I think anytime somebody goes above and beyond what's expected and then has success doing it, that's what cements you in the lore of baseball.
For the 0-2 to Posada. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Johnson retires all 4 hitters he faces, and that sets the stage for the bottom of the 9th inning. And a little blooper, base hit! Diamondbacks win! They're the world champions!
That's what you play for. So I'm very thankful that I had that opportunity to share the greatest moment of my career with my teammates.
Step up to the plate, compete online, and crush dingers in MLB Home Run Derby. Download on the App Store and Google Play Store for free today. MLB.tv now includes MLB Big Inning. Watch all out-of-market regular season games live or on demand. Now $105.99. Blackouts and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Cruising into the 7th. Diamondbacks pick up a run in the bottom of the 6th to even the score again. Mets out hitting Arizona 14-8 so far this afternoon. Fireworks in the first. 9 runs, and then 1 more from Arizona to tie it. So back and forth we go. Now even at 6, and here comes Kevin Ginkel out of the bullpen for Torey Lovullo's Diamondbacks team. Middle of the order for the Mets, 4, 5, and 6. It starts with Pete Alonso, who's 1 for 3. See Pete kind of close his eyes, take a deep breath. Louis, we see Christian Walker do something like that between each pitch. And Alonso didn't get all of that one. Stays up for Smith, out number 1.
All these guys, they all have routines that they get their mind right before they get in the box. Their thought process, so just to relax a little bit.
Kevin Pillar.
Next man up could be Ryan Buchter for the D-backs. And here comes the fearless Kevin Pillar. 2 hits today. Let's bring in Steve Gilbert. How impressive has Kevin been, not just this week, but now today, back in the starting lineup for the first time since suffering some facial fractures on a hit by pitch, and he'll send this one to center. Who's got it? Ahmed, the Gold Glover, hauls it in. Steve?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Scott. I mean, John was talking earlier about the respect that he has in the clubhouse, and I think a good example of that was Jacob deGrom, wearing number 11 during his rehab start for Port St. Lucie, as a tribute to Kevin Pillar. And after his start the other night, deGrom said that the highlight of the night for him was the fact that Pillar got that base hit. So he really is. I think that speaks to how they feel about him in the clubhouse.
One of the ultimate competitors. And the New York crowd has really gravitated towards Kevin Pillar.
The one thing about the New York fans, they love the guys who hustle, guys who grinders, guys who back in the days when Lenny Dykes were dirtbags. The uniform's always dirty.
Yep, they always want those guys that play hard, and that's just a testament to Pillar that a guy like deGrom, who's a star pitcher on their team, has the utmost respect for a veteran guy like him and wants to wear his number when he goes on a rehab assignment. That's awesome.
Dom Smith searching for his 4th hit of the day. He's 3 for 3. A few singles. He homered yesterday. And Mason Williams is on deck. Pitcher spot coming up next. Last year, Smith hit .316 in 50 games. Uh-oh. Where's the glove? Ice cream's more important.
The other thing about Dom, too, he's been playing a really good left field. He's a natural first baseman. They moved him out to left field, and he's been playing a really good, solid left field.
Takes the 2-1. Yeah, I spoke to him in spring training about that, and he goes, just remember, I hadn't played much outfield in my life. I'm thrust into the spot last year, swung the bat well, and he has improved significantly in left this year. And a 5-pitch walk. If you like the stat defensive runs saved, one of the D metrics that's used to judge fielders, Dom Smith is above average so far this year, a +1.
I believe the whole Met defense is plus this year.
Yeah, much improved on the defensive side. New pitcher coming in. Ryan Buchter is going to take over for Kevin Ginkel. A 2-out base runner for the Mets and Dom Smith. We'll be right back.
When you're the franchise, I mean, come on. That says a lot about who you are. And that says a lot about who Tom Seaver was.
311 wins, 3 Cy Youngs, 3,600 strikeouts. The truth is, numbers only begin to explain the legacy of George Thomas Seaver. It's better to start in 1967 when he arrived on the mound for the lowly New York Mets.
College kid from California. He went to USC, and he was so polished for a young pitcher when he came into the big leagues.
I remember the first time I faced him. Here it is, hit it. That's what I got. It's probably better than what you got, and here it is, hit it. Here the Mets were the buffoons of baseball. He gave them the respect. All of a sudden, the credibility was there. Now they became winners.
We are a ball club to be contended with, and I think that those who have not believed in us before, I think have every right to believe in us now.
That whole season in 1969, it looked like the Cubs were going to run away with that division, and the Mets, it was one of those magical clubs.
We never put our heads between our legs, and we always fought, and it's the greatest feeling in the world.
Google Cloud is helping to power StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. And we're searching for the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Player of the Game. If you're watching on a mobile device or your computer, you can vote for the player of the game who gets the trophy and the post-game interview. Stay tuned. Polling options coming in a little bit. We have to see who decides this game as we creep into the later innings here. Now in the 7th, 2-out base runner is Dom Smith as he walked, and Torey Lovullo decided it's a quick hook tonight for Kevin Ginkel, and he goes to Ryan Buchter.
We've still got a ways to go to vote for the player of the game.
Yeah. 5th pitcher of the game for Arizona. Buchter, the veteran, 34 years old.
That's a balk.
You heard Lindor's mic pick up. That's a balk, he said. Did you hear that?
I heard that. I'm not sure if they know the scouting report too much. Dom Smith doesn't steal many bases. I don't know if he steals any bases.
He stole one yesterday.
Did he? Yesterday?
2nd of his career.
Shame on me. I didn't realize that.
He snuck one in there yesterday.
Was it the back end of a double steal?
No. By himself, 2 outs. Keith Hernandez on the call with Gary Cohen on the Mets broadcast yesterday was pointing out this could be a good time to go and shock the world.
Very
and he
nice,
did.
Dom. I'm very impressed.
Good call by Keith, too. Dare him to do it again.
With a lefty on the mound, it might be a little tougher today.
Yeah, it's almost like he hangs up in the air waiting to see whether the runner commits or not.
Plus, you'll be wasting a pinch hitter if he gets picked off or thrown out.
That's right. Pinch hitter is Mason Williams, who was activated by the Mets on Monday and picked up a start. First pitch he saw was an opposite field single. Buchter's allowed 9 stolen bases, but he's also caught 11 base runners when he's been on the mound in his career. Not the guy you test. Williams going to left. Drifting back, Locastro, and he grabs it. And that's going to sit down the side in the 7th. So Ryan Buchter gets the fly ball, strands a runner, and let's stretch.
A lot of people are wondering why the Diamondbacks. This team is not the same team that lost
last year. This team is already much better. I believe this team's going to win.
Well, he really brought legitimacy to the team. You realize you're going to win with pitching and with defense, and they needed to make the biggest statement they possibly could. And in convincing Randy to sign here, it was just the perfect storm. He put the Diamondbacks on the map.
Randy Johnson to take the mound for the first time as a Diamondback. Struck him out with a fastball on the inside corner.
Randy was a guy that pitched on emotion, and usually it was anger.
Struck him out. 13 strikeouts for Johnson.
He was angry at the other team. He was angry at anybody that stepped in the box.
1-2, and that's strike 3 called, and he's peering in as he walks off the mound.
I just kind of would get caught up in the moment. I was very animated out there.
He's a competitor, he's filthy, and he's nasty.
2-2 to Castro. Randy Johnson has tied the Major League record for strikeouts in a 9-inning game.
I thought he was going to get down, which is weird. He's better at base running than that.
Dude, he's one of the best base runners we've ever seen.
Yeah. We figured the Castro was going to get it down no matter what.
Right?
So as soon as he saw it off the bat, he stood up.
That's a hard play when you're running in second, too, though, because if you don't get a really good jump and it's a hard bunt, you're out in third.
That's Francisco Lindor discussing the double play that they turned in the last inning for Seth Lugo as we pay off our latest poll, the NL off-season acquisition that's going to have the biggest impact, as we're only about a third of the way through the season. And your winner, it was really close, Trevor Bauer, by a point over Francisco Lindor. And I think the important part of this one is will have the biggest impact, even though it's been a slow start at the plate for Lindor. Mets fans expecting big things for the rest of this season and beyond. And Miguel Castro is going to take over on the mound here in the 7th against the Diamondbacks, top of the order.
Miguel Castro's been another anchor in that bullpen. He's having a very good season. Came over from Baltimore on a trade. Fastball, slider, and he's developed a pretty good changeup this year. So he's developed a third pitch that's really helping him out this season.
And that sinker averages 98 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Castro tossed a scoreless 1 1/3 on Monday. Misses into Carson Kelly. Did you like that combo with Lindor explaining what he did to double up Nick Ahmed on the base paths off that bunt that went straight to Lugo? Gonzo?
Yeah, you know, he's definitely aware of everything that's going on out there, and he's talking. I think it was Brandon Drury he was talking to, just kind of giving him insight and what you got to have a feel for the game out there, and I think that's what he does so well. He anticipates balls being hit to him, trying to shift guys around on defense where he thinks something's going to happen, and that's what makes him one of the best in the game.
Kelly fouls off the 1-1. Miguel Castro has really taken the next step as a relief pitcher, and the rise began last year when he was causing so much more swing and miss than we're used to seeing. This time it's a ground ball, and it's set up for Peraza to throw out Kelly. Back to Lindor for a moment. We know he can pick it at short. He's a 2-time Gold Glover. But he says the booing hurts, probably hurts him more than anyone else, and he's been looking to get back to his prime form that he put together from 2016 to 2019, 4 straight All-Star seasons, Power really ticked up for him during that time period. And last year wasn't great, but it was only a 60-game season. There's a lot more potential in that bat that we haven't seen yet. And Ketel Marte goes down on a pitch that gets away from Miguel Castro.
That had to be one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I mean,
I want you to take that one, Louis.
Oh, man.
And then he looked out at Castro like he did something wrong.
Yeah, he was mad at Castro. It was, yeah.
Look at that. What are you doing, man?
You're embarrassing me on YouTube.
I know. He goes, I didn't expect that pitch to move 4 feet like it did. Now he's going to try to hit one 500 feet right here.
If I was Castro, I'd try to throw the same pitch right now. See?
It's like you foul one off your shin. You know that pitcher's going to try to throw it right back in there again.
He goes inside.
You see that comeback or movement. That ball just starts in on his hip and tries to run back over the plate.
Rolls over one. Castro covers the bag for the second out. Pair ground ball.
I honestly think yeah, I think that first pitch that he swung at when he fell down, that messed him up for that whole at-bat. Because you know, as a hitter, in the back of his mind, he was thinking that that pitch was going to come again sooner or later. And he never got in there. You see an easy ground out there. Didn't really get a good pass at it.
He dropped the changeup on him that last pitch.
Marte and Escobar were superb in 2019 for Arizona. Escobar skies one. And Alonso calling for it, drifting in. He's in foul grounds. Side retired. 3 up, 3 down for Miguel Castro. We've played 7 in the desert. Tie ball game.
We are ecstatic to make this announcement that the New York Mets have acquired Mike Piazza.
We were like little kids, you know, when we finally found out, you know, we got Mike Piazza. And I remember, like, we got Mike Piazza. Even though he's got the Hollywood, frost his tips hair, you know, the blue-collar, real baseball fan, the average New Yorker, got him. There was an embrace there, and there was a connection.
And it's hit deep to left center. Andrew Jones on the run. This one has a chance. Home run! Mike Piazza, and the Mets lead 3-2.
If I think about Mike, he was relentless in his behavior, his attitude, his work ethic every day. New York Met fans, man, that's all they want. They want you to grind it. They want you to play your you-know-what off and give 100%.
Piazza! Blocking the play.
And then be the man.
Mike Piazza with a long home run.
You're not just like a nice hitter that complements the lineup. You were the guy.
Leading off for New York, third baseman, Jose Peraza.
Access exclusive behind-the-scenes content on the New York Mets YouTube channel. Visit youtube.com/Mets to follow the team today. 6-6. We've reached the 8th. Scott Braun, Luis Gonzalez, John Franco, and Steve Gilbert with you on YouTube today. And a ball misses away to Jose Peraza. Peraza moving over to third base. He started the game at second. VR had to exit with right hamstring tightness. Both VR and Peraza have just done an outstanding job filling in mostly as infielders with some key injuries to Mets like Jeff McNeil and J.D. Davis, who also suffered a bit of a setback, and he's not going to be back on his rehab stint just yet.
Yeah, well, it's a long season, and you're going to need more than this 25, 26 guys that get you where you want to go, and these guys have done a tremendous job of filling in. Veteran guys, they know their roles, and again, plenty at bats.
I remember seeing the amount of veterans that the Mets front office was signing a few months back and thinking, do those guys know how many players are on the Mets already? I mean, how are they going to find playing time for guys like Peraza, Villar, Pilar, Almora before he went on the injured list, and a blink and a few IL stints, and you're playing every day.
Just don't know. Just don't know. That's why they go out and get them.
Yeah, and I think that's told to a lot of those veteran guys when they're free agents out there looking for a job. Hey, you're going to be brought in. You might have to mentor a young player or something, and then if something happens, you're ready to step in.
Peraza sends one foul down the line.
And it comes a point in guys' careers where you have to realize that they're not everyday players, and to stick around a little longer, they're going to have to be a role player. And like Louis said, mentor that young player, teach him how to act.
Yeah,
how to play the game.
Mike and Zimmerman's a great example of that with the Washington Nationals. I mean, you know, he gets his starts here and there, and he's still a productive player, but he's not playing every day. But when he's in there, he's doing his job.
And Peraza strikes out. He's actually been a very different hitter with nobody on base this year. Well, he'd rather be a better bat with runners on.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Right fielder Billy McKinney.
Guys, you got to give credit to both bullpens. I mean, after that first inning, I mean, everything has really kind of settled down. There hasn't been a lot of, you know, fireworks like we saw in the first inning on both sides. I mean, these guys have both come in and done fantastic jobs.
There's McKinney, who fouls one back.
I have to agree with you, Louis. They've done a great job, and like I said, best athletes on the field are the pitchers, you know, and they're doing their job, man. Especially them bullpen guys. You got to root for them bullpen guys on both sides.
Oh, and 2 to McKinney. That plays to my favorite comment that I've seen in the live chat. Creator Stark Raving Sports said, just give us a DeGrom pinch hitting appearance. I don't think that's a crazy suggestion. Tomas Nido is the only man left on the bench for the Mets right now.
It's happened before. I remember, I think they pinch hit DeGrom or Syndergaard before, and both of those guys swing the bat pretty good.
McKinney doesn't bite. DeGrom's 9 for 20 at the plate this year. I mean, that's what's amazing too, as we check out the box score. And good work after Bumgarner.
Yeah. I saw a crazy stat on DeGrom. I think he's driven in more than runs have scored against him or something. Some crazy stat like that. So, I mean, he's definitely, there's far and few guys like him that come through this game.
He's something special.
Another strikeout for Buchter. DeGrom has allowed 4 earned runs this year, Louis, and he has driven in 3. So it's a tight race.
Second baseman.
Oh, he's close. Okay.
Yeah, we'll keep up with that one all year.
Well, he sleeps good at night knowing that he's got that 102-mile-an-hour fastball and a 93-mile-an-hour slider.
And it's so free and easy. It's just so free and easy. It's just, it gets out there, same release point on everything.
First at bat for Travis Blankenhorn. This is his 2021 numbers in the minor leagues. The latest call up by the Mets. Selected yesterday. And he hops into the game at second when Villar left with the hamstring issue. And Buchter's 1 strike away from K'ing the side.
It's a tough draw. You get called off the bench and you're facing a lefty-lefty situation.
And he got him.
Buckner's he's done a great job since he came in. Settled down nice.
Yeah, and he strikes out the side in the 8th. We'll get to the D-backs in the inning coming up.
I got the mic. I got the mic on today. Dump. I'm going all the way. He called me off. All the way, baby. Oh, what up, brother? How you doing? I'm great. Living the dream. Living the dream.
Whew. God is good, boys.
Oh!
After that, any pitch was missed.
What are the chances of him swinging the first pitch? I'm up the middle, so you can probably shade that way a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm starting to get to a good hitting position. Last year I didn't get there. Last year it was a lot of in between, and I was just getting to the spot and then foul. I get to the spot again and foul, and then now I'm starting to get into that hitting position and controlling my barrel a little bit better than last year.
Access exclusive behind-the-scenes content on the Arizona Diamondbacks YouTube channel. Visit youtube.com/dbacks to follow the team today. 6-6 in the desert. And the Fireball Review YouTube creator going, I never thought after that first inning that this game would turn into a pitcher's duel. It's true.
Sure.
I'm with him. I'm with him.
I told you guys the over and under, right? From the second inning on, the over and under.
That's what you meant. Everyone just waking up in the first after a late one yesterday. Went to extra innings. First pitch swinging Christian Walker with some open space, right center, and it's caught. Run down in right by Billy McKinney. Great closing speed. One pitch, one out for Miguel Castro in the 8th.
Well, you're exactly right. He went a long way to get that ball. He cut the angle, got the angle perfect on it to know where to go. Nice extension there to make a great play.
"90 feet, runs it down to grab the baseball. That's 65% catch probability, but Billy looked very composed. Knew where the ball was going to end up, tracks it down, and that gets us to Pavin Smith, who's reached base twice today. Torey Lovullo said this is a pro hitter. Working counts. Day one with this 2021 campaign. He has looked like he belongs. Look at him spit at pitches, and we've seen this all series long.
Yeah, and you, from day one, you're starting to see more and more confidence in this young kid play out there. And really, he's not really in a set position out there on the field. Torey's used him everywhere in the lineup. And on the field, he's played him everywhere in the outfield and in the infield. And he's moved 2 or 3 times in a game.
And he walks again. And Torey said he had him in the leadoff spot at one point and then decided, I'm going to take a little pressure off of the rookie. Moved him down in the order, and then he took off again. He's been an on-base machine. It's a one-out runner for Nick Ahmed. Hey Steve, what else do you have on Pavin Smith for us?
Well, you know, Pavin's not your typical first name, but his dad, Tim, is a golf agent who represented Corey Pavin and Gary Player. So Pavin Smith is actually named after Corey Pavin, the PGA Tour Player of the Year in 1991.
How about that? Middle name should have been Player then. Pavin Player Smith. That has a good ring to it.
Pretty good.
Do we know his middle name, Steve, or should we get the... It's Joe. There we go. Research staff. Speedy. Joe works. (2-0) to Ahmed. Aaron Loop rewarming. Johnny, do you remember the most you've ever warmed up in one game? How many times?
Well, usually as a closer, I knew I was getting in the game, but before I was a closer, like setup man, middle relief, probably 6 or 7 times. One time.
What's that like?
Well, after the first time you're up, you should be loose. The next couple of times up, you're just playing catch, and then if you really, get called into the game, you let a couple go. This way you're ready. But after the first time, any reliever is up, and then he gets to sit down again, and then you got to get up again. I think you're already loose. The last couple of throws before you get in the game, you let it go, and then you're going to get at least 8 more out on the mound. But now, if you get up 2 or 3 times a game, get a day or 2 off.
That's right. Full boat to Ahmed. It's on the ground, and this could be 2. There's 1. And the Mets defense has been excellent this season. Another one. Double play turned. Lindor to Blankenhorn to Alonso. Miguel Castro with a scoreless 8th.
Thank you all very much for being here today. It's a very exciting day in the history of the Arizona Diamondbacks franchise to have with us one of the newest Hall of Famers, Randy Johnson, who was elected to the National Baseball Hall of Fame today.
I was?
Breaking news.
I got an amazing phone call. Congratulations, you've been inducted into the 2015 Hall of Fame, and I got goosebumps, and I felt like I've never felt before in my life.
Well, played for the Expos, the Mariners, the Astros, the D-backs, the Yankees, and finished his career here in San Francisco.
It was something 5 years ago people were talking to me about, and I put it off. I never joined a fraternity in college, and now I'm amongst one of the coolest in the world.
It's the ultimate pat in the back for him. He had a great career, and now he's part of this elite club of amazing athletes, and I think he's totally pleased about that.
Locked into a good one on YouTube. 6-6 Mets and Diamondbacks. Next week we have the Dodgers and the Pirates exclusively on MLB's YouTube channel. Tigers Angels, Shohei Ohtani time in June 17th. And the A's Rangers, Mariners and Blue Jays. And we'll have the Reds and Brewers right before the All-Star break. Scott Braun, Luis Gonzalez, John Franco, and Steve Gilbert. Chase Fields, roof closed. Too hot today. It's the dry heat. You like the dry heat or the heavy stuff, Luis?
Well, I grew up in Florida where the humidity is pretty bad, but I love it here. This is a great place to live. You get to do a lot of different outdoor activities year-round, basically, and spring training is here, so you can't complain.
Joakim Soria signed up with this team, and they thought he would be the closer. Had a bit of an up and down beginning to the season, then spent some time on the injured list. He'll take over in the 9th for Arizona. Tie ball game. 2, 3, and 4 due up for New York. And Francisco Lindor will lead off the 9th.
And our player of the game poll might come down to the last couple pitches here.
Might come down to the last at bat.
That's right.
Soria's 37 years old, been doing it for a long time. Lindor up the middle, base hit. And he is thinking too. And getting in there with a stand-up double to start the 9th.
Well, a nice piece of hitting right here. Gets that tailing fastball out there, but he gets enough of it to hit it right back up the middle in that right center gap. He was thinking double right out of the gates.
Thank you. Lindor mic'd up today. Some great sound all day long. Second 3-hit game of the season. It is ruled a single. Marte fumbled the ball in center. He advances on the E8. Here's a breaking ball in there to James McCann, who homered back in the first.
Lindor starting to heat up a little bit.
That's a tough error.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was going to go 2 all the way, even if he didn't bobble that ball.
Lindor wants the double. Give me some slug.
Yeah, not only that, but he slid. He slid for the ball.
McCann late. There's Edwin Diaz, blown save yesterday. Luis Rojas likes to get his guys in there back-to-back days, especially if they have a little blip.
Yeah, you always like, especially as a closer. You know, I knew when I blew a save, I always wanted to get back in there as quick as possible. This leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
And Diaz had been money
Yeah.
so far this season until last night. Slider wasn't quite there. McCann off the inner part of the bat, and he'll look back the runner. Soria makes the out at first. Lindor sticks to second.
Well, that's a big out right there to get a hot hitter like McCann. That ball just kind of ran in, stayed inside on him, couldn't get anything out there to move the runner.
Hey!
Alonso had a single in the first, 0 for 3 since then. And that's going to skip past the catcher, Kelly. Lindor trots to third. And this is what you want, your cleanup big bat hitter. All the fly ball power in the world with a chance to at least drive in Lindor with the sac fly effort and a 1-0 count.
Yeah, that's a big pass ball there on Kelly.
Do you give him a free pass? What's the plan here, John?
I would think Torrey's thinking about it.
Four
He set up
fingers,
a
let
double
him go.
play, but Pilar's been swinging the bat good.
They're going to pitch then. Maybe very carefully.
Let's see.
An unofficial walk.
It's in there.
Guess not. That's why we're sitting here.
Or maybe not. We'll see what happens. That's what Alonso's done with a runner on third, less than 2 outs. He's driven in 5 of 9. And 2 strikes against him.
He may be trying to pitch him the same way he did McCann, just trying to tie him up, not let him get extended.
Those lines have arm strength in mind. As you can see, left field, Locastro, not as big of an arm out there. We'll see if Alonso can lift one on the 1-2. It's on the ground. It gets through, and the Mets take the lead. RBI hit for Pete Alonso past the infield. It's 7-6 in the ninth.
That was a changeup that he hit there. Just threw two fastballs.
He almost hit it off.
Yeah, hit it off the ground.
Yeah, he did. That was a good pitch down. He just got enough of it, and he knew it right away. See the reaction.
Low ball hitter, Pete Alonso, with the big RBI in the ninth.
How big is he for this team? Whew.
He's a presence.
I mean, he's huge for this ball club. He brings a different energy level each and every day to this team. I mean, he did it his first night out here in the series, and he's done it again here to get the big hit.
High fly ball, shallow center, and Vargas retires Pilar.
I think he got crossed up there. Fastball down, fastball in. And now he throw a changeup. Good piece of hitting.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, not only that, but I think Pete knows, he knew, man on third, I got to put the ball in play. Shorten up a little bit. I'm not looking to try to drive one out of the park unless he makes a mistake. And he did. He got a good changeup down, which was a good pitch for the pitcher. But when you got two strikes, he's battling, and he did a great job of getting the barrel to it.
There was a lot of commotion in the live chat. The YouTube creator said, "Balk him." It's Pete Alonso. You have an open base. Set up the double play. Dom Smith.
I think Torrey might be second guessing himself on that last play, like you guys said.
Why not a smile? He's reached 4 times. 3 singles and a walk for Smith after a home run yesterday. He's in one of those grooves now.
All the guys are starting to come around. You know, Smith, Lindor, McCann, they're all starting to swing the bat good now to go along with Pete. You know, early in the year, the guys were struggling to score runs. And now they're starting to swing the bat. It's a big road trip for them also.
I don't know if they're going to have to make...
And the weather's starting to heat up.
Yeah, and if guys come off the injured list as planned throughout the next few months, I don't even know if you have to look into many trades. And there's so many players that are going to appear and be a boost of energy.
Exactly. Conforto, McNeil, those are like guys from a trade, right?
Yeah. J.D. Davis, hopefully Noah Syndergaard if he comes back from his elbow setback. Carlos Carrasco. Can't name them all. We don't have time. It's the 9th. That's a balk. Alonso, move up.
Nobody covering first. Nobody holding them on. That's a miscommunication right there between the infielders and the pitcher. He's got to let him know he's not holding them on.
Yeah, and this has been something that's kind of happened to the D-backs all last month. Just kind of little mistakes like this, not able to make big pitches or get big hits, and wild pitches like we saw there earlier that got by, or pass ball, got the runner to third, an easy single to bring the runner in.
And he puts away Smith. So the Bob doesn't bite him, but the RBI hit for Alonso on a tough pitch does. Lindor hit, E8 moves over on the wild pitch, creating action on the base paths. Speeds home on the Alonso RBI single. Mets have the lead. Edwin Diaz time against 7, 8, and 9 in the bottom of the 9th coming up.
The cliche around the Mets in early 1998 was that the Mets were a nice little team.
A nice little team.
We were a good little team.
On the rise.
They were climbing out from some terrible years. They were getting better and better, but they didn't have that centerpiece.
A rock star.
A superhero.
A legitimate superstar. Not a star, a superstar.
We are ecstatic to make this announcement that the New York Mets have acquired Mike Piazza from the Florida Marlins.
As soon as I get off the plane, LaGuardia, there's fans there and there's people there cheering. It was the weirdest thing. They're like, go Mike, go Mike. And the next thing I know, I'm playing the Brewers.
Number 31, Dr. Mike Piazza.
There's a line drive base hit in the gap. Here comes Franco, and Franco's safe at the plate. Piazza the third. Mets lead 2-zip.
What can you say? I'm elated right now. I'm just totally in a daze.
A successful debut for Mike Piazza.
For New York, now pitching number 39, Edwin Diaz.
We're gonna make it go through. Okay. Make it go through. Tag on a fly.
Thank you, brother. Try to focus on hitting the middle part of the baseball. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
Francisco Lindor, a personality built for New York City.
Always coaching, see?
Yep.
Coming in, trying to hit the middle bat of the baseball, right? Hit the middle of the bat of the baseball. That's all he keeps saying. He's always talking the game, always talking the game.
It'll be Edwin Diaz to try and shut things down in the ninth for New York. 7-6 after Alonso's RBI hit in the top of the inning. It starts with Ildemaro Vargas squared to bunt. That pitch sailed away from Diaz. And also Josh Rojas on deck, who came up big with 2 outs in the ninth yesterday. There's a strike at 100 for Diaz. Blew his first save of the season last night. A 2-out RBI single to Rojas. That evened the score in the ninth yesterday. D-backs went on to win it 5-4 in extras, or make that 6-5 in extras. There's the slider.
He's just so different from that. He's so confident this year. I mean, just his demeanor on the mound, the way he carries himself. He's very confident this year, and he has control over his slider and his fastball. Last year he was a little erratic, a little wild.
You're right. He looks like he has a lot of confidence going. Not only that, but Vargas's job is just to try to create havoc and try to get on base, because then that creates a little bit of doubt in Diaz's mind. And Diaz is trying to get that leadoff hitter out.
And the story for Diaz is the home run prevention that has changed significantly from 2019. His first season with New York, gave up 15 home runs. Last year, 2. None so far this year. Ball and 2 strikes, now 2-2. I mean, the ERA last year, or make that 2019, was around 5.5, which was so uncharacteristic from him. He was a lights-out closer with the Mariners. A few bad outings last year, but mostly the stuff was there. It was a big improvement, and then he's really put it together so far this year.
You know, his first year coming over, again, coming to New York, the big stage, from Seattle to New York, trying to do a little bit too much, maybe too fine, and that's where he got hurt.
Fastball or slider here?
I'm going to say slider. That's his out pitch.
fastball.
Up the middle. They've got a man there. Nice. It's Lindor. Johnny, I know you've seen some hits against the shift so far today.
That one worked.
Were guys standing there when you were pitching?
No.
No.
That was a base hit. Unless Ray Ordonez was
and
behind.
Lindor.
That's true.
If Lindor was playing regular, he might have still made that play anyway, knowing him.
Yeah, his range is ridiculous.
He can cover some ground.
Diaz would love some revenge against Josh Rojas, who singled yesterday to tie the game in the 9th. Starts him off with 101 miles an hour.
101. It was just running away from Rojas. Rojas trying to get that first pitch, trying to ambush him.
You know, with Diaz's arm angle too, his ball runs.
Same spot. Okay, last night, Rojas with 2 outs in the 9th. Made it a fresh ball game. We played extra innings, just took 1 for the Diamondbacks to win it, but Josh Rojas providing the boost for Arizona in a win to even up the series at 1. Doesn't get the start today. Here he is as a pinch hitter. 0-2, wasted away. And he was the bright spot in the month of May, Louis. Rojas with a really slow start to his season, ended up on the bench a bit. Injuries put him back into the lineup, and then he was their best hitter last month.
Yeah, and he even said the first month of the season he was trying to do too much. He hit some home runs in spring training, and he got into that mode where he thought he had to be the guy to carry the club. And now he's just kind of settled back in. He knows he's going to be out there playing.
2 more lefties available off the bench, including David Peralta. And he struck him out. 101, he climbs the ladder. 2 gone in the 9th.
Yeah, good run on that fastball, tailing away. One thing he's been doing this year also, he's been working up in the zone. Fastball up in the zone, north and south, but mostly north, up in the zone.
5-point vids in the live chat. Come on, Edwin, channel your inner Franco. Spinner, left side. Dom Smith's there, game over. Mets take it 7-6. And they improve to 27-21 on the season. Francisco Lindor scores the winning run, brought in by Pete Alonso. It's a final. Wow. Gonzo, I don't think anyone knows how to line up a game like this prediction-wise. As we show you today's YouTube player of the game options, James McCann, Dom Smith, Francisco Lindor, and Pete Alonso. We had 10 runs in the first 2 innings. Bullpens take over. And then the Mets get the clutch hit that they need. Diaz shuts the door. 10th save of the season for Edwin. You vote right now. Let's talk through this thing for 30 minutes live on YouTube right now. It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube post-game show. Fun one this afternoon in Arizona, or this evening if you're watching on the East Coast in the United States. A global audience viewing the Mets and the Diamondbacks. The Mets take it 7-6. Your final score. Scott Braun, John Franco, Luis Gonzalez, and Steve Gilbert is stationed at the ballpark. The Mets grab this series. They win 2 of 3 against Arizona. They've won 8 of their last 9 against the Diamondbacks, and that streak stretches back to a few years ago. It's Pete Alonso coming through. He's also going to join us for a post-game chat in just a moment. YouTube creators in the live chat, you know what to do. Questions that you have for Pete, we'll take them. We'll ask him in just a moment. And also, if you're watching on your phone or computer, YouTube poll, YouTube player of the game is live right now for you to select the winner who gets the trophy. We'll let you know. John, Edwin Diaz does his job in the ninth.
I didn't expect anything else from a closer, that's for sure. He's been doing a good job. You know, what is he, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 11?
10 out of 11.
He's having a good year. It's a different year for him. He's very confident, and it's a guy that they could rely on at the end of the game.
He doesn't look like an enjoyable at-bat experience, Louis.
No, he doesn't. I'm glad I'm sitting up here and not down there. I used to hate facing a guy like Franco late in the game, but, I mean, you could see the Mets are really starting to come together now, and you're starting to get their players healthy again. Alonso's a huge guy to come back in this series. These guys are going to be rolling into San Diego, got a short flight. They're feeling pretty good about today's game.
Yeah, 7-6 your final score. Mets are in first place. They did suffer an injury. This is a team that has persevered all year long with players on the shelf, 13 so far right now, and Jonathan Villar with a hamstring issue could make it 14. We'll get more details maybe post-game from Luis Rojas, but he had to leave the game playing third base today for New York.
Yeah, well, that's a guy that they can't afford to miss much time. He's kind of the catalyst at the top of the lineup. He's been doing really well since he's been in there, and hopefully it's not too severe, maybe a day or two, but we'll see tomorrow.
It's nice to have Pete Alonso back in the lineup for New York, and that was the key spot. Live chat was definitely buzzing, wondering if the Mets would have Alonso at the plate in that situation with Lindor at third and Pilar coming up. It was a chance potentially for some managers to say, you know what, let's set up the double play. Let's also not deal with the Mets' most productive run producer.
Well, that's a chance that you take as a manager, a coin flip, you know. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yep.
And he took a chance there. He believed in his pitcher there. It was a good pitch. You got to tip your hat to Pete. Pete hit a good pitch. And sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some.
Yeah, RBI for Pete Alonso as the Mets take it 7-6 your final score. We saw a 3-run home run from James McCann back in the first inning. He's back at catcher now with Pete activated on Monday. No rehab stint, and we'll go over the YouTube player of the game results in just a moment, and we'll also talk to Pete in a sec. Scott Braun, Luis Gonzalez, John Franco, and here he is, Pete Alonso, joining us with the big hit in the ninth inning. Pete, great to talk to you and take us through that ninth inning at bat, and I'll double down too. I want to know, did you consider the fact that maybe they would give you a free pass to first?
I mean, I gotta be ready to go. I can't just assume that they're going to walk me there. I mean, with the right-on-right matchup, I didn't think that they were going to walk me. Maybe if there was like a lefty on the mound or something, but I think they were playing the right-on-right matchup, trying to get me to hit a pop-up or strike me out or hit a ground ball. But thankfully, I got a pitch to do my job on.
Hey, Pete, it's John Franco. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, what's up, Frank?
Good,
How you doing, man?
Good, good. I've been telling these guys, you know, I called your name out in the draft years ago, so I have a lot of confidence in you while you're out there, while you're up there in that situation. But since you've come back, you're feeling really well. Your hand, no injuries, no lingering effects from your hand. How are you feeling day to day?
I'm feeling great. I mean, the biggest thing was getting back to myself, and I'm just happy that I was able to recover, and my body responded really well to the rest and rehab and training. So I'm glad to be back at the field, joining the party again. So I mean, I'm just really happy I can impact the game the way I have this series.
Hey, Pete, Luis Gonzalez here. Let me ask you a question. In the offseason, you had a great rookie season, shortened season last year. You see all the acquisitions. What was your mindset going into this season of spring training, knowing that your owner went out there and got all these guys?
From one Tampa guy to another, I was really excited, to say the least. But hey, it's a pleasure that you were calling the game. I didn't know that you were calling the game. That's really exciting for me. So that's awesome. I got to represent the 813. So hell yeah.
That's right. That's right.
I was really.
That's awesome.
No, I was really excited. All the acquisitions and moves. It was really exciting this offseason because we have a really strong core, good chemistry, and then everyone that everyone that was brought in just molded right in, and the gelling and the camaraderie started from day one in camp. So it was really awesome that all the pieces that that the front office got was kind of fit the group, and all of us are like-minded and want to win a championship. So yeah, it's awesome.
Pete, was Gonzo
I'm
one
proud
of your
of you, man.
favorites?
Keep representing.
There you go. Was
Keep
he one of your
representing our
favorites growing
hometown.
up?
Hell yeah. Oh, I gotta love
representing.
the hometown guys. Hell yeah.
Nice. All right, Pete, I've got a few questions from our YouTube creators in the live chat. Let's start with Giraffe Neck Mark. What has been the key to the offensive surge for this team? So for some more detail, Lindor with a scorching bat lately. James McCann really turning it up. Dom Smith having a big week. What's changed?
Absolutely nothing. Baseball's a long season. Baseball's a long season, and also it's a game of filler. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And last year, people kind of lost sight of that because baseball, I think, is meant to be played 162 games, and the law of averages kind of plays out. And you can have a week where you're absolutely smashing balls right at people, and you're not getting rewarded for it, or you get a couple of broken bat bloopers, or and then a bunch of balls that you hit hard in the gap that fall, and you start running around the bases. But I mean, this group's preparation and mentality has been A1 from the jump. So I'm just really excited that we're putting runs up on the board. And I mean, our approach is we're some tough outs in the box, and we have that that gritty, that nasty mentality that we're going to win regardless of who's swinging the bat well or not. So it's a part of the camaraderie that we have as well. But I think that everything is kind of coming together nicely, and then as we get further and further on into the summer, we're going to get some guys off from the DL, and we're going to be firing at full capacity. So I'm really excited for how we're going to be middle to the end of summer.
Yeah, I've got one for you on the preparation. 5 Point Vid said, Pete, what did you see on that pitch for the game-winning hit? So take me through your preparation for Soria and really relief pitchers in general, because this was a game where Arizona went with, 6 pitchers because Bumgarner didn't have his best stuff today. So what's your preparation process like? Are you getting a scouting report? Do you check out the tablet for a moment to see what he's got?
Yeah, absolutely. But he kind of flipped the script on me because his repertoire, his pitches play well up in the zone and away. But he tried to pound me in and get me to chase down at the bottom. But I'm just happy he made a mistake and gave me an opportunity to drive in the winning run.
Pete, great stuff today. Congrats on the winning run, driving it home, and the W for your squad. And safe travels. Enjoy sunny San Diego for 4 games coming up.
Will do. LFGM. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Pete. If you want to look up that hashtag, go for it. Google it. Your YouTube player of the game is James McCann. Viewers watched him in the first inning with a 3-run smash, and then a couple more hits after that. McCann drove in 4 for New York, and a big smile on his face. The catcher with a bit of a slow start to the season, but he's picking things up in the past week and change. 38% of the vote. Lindor in second, Alonso in the 3 spot, and Smith finishes in 4th. The fans decided, and James McCann gets the special custom-made YouTube trophy with his name on it. I'm sure there'll be another smile on his face after that one, and a happy flight for the New York Mets as they leave the desert and head out to San Diego with a 7-6 win. Much more to go on the post-game show on YouTube.
He just smokes it. Forget about it. My goodness. Great baseball right there. And that one's gonna go. That ball was crushed. And this is gonna do it. Oh my. Strike 3. That was a great play.
I talked about his fielding skills. That was remarkable.
Something like this is what they came for.
your final score from Phoenix, Arizona. Great one on YouTube today. The postgame show is presented by State Farm. That's where John Franco's going right after this one. Into Abyss. Well, let's go into the highlight from this game. McCann was off to a slow start. Then he played some first base over the last week and a half, and his bat has lit up. Speed on the bases in VR and Lindor, and McCann sends one deep to left field. Forget about it. James McCann muscles up for his 4th home run of the season, and the Mets grab a 3-0 lead.
That's 3 pitches, the first 3 batters have been too much of the plate. He's not getting the ball in enough. You know, his whole front side is just leaking out, and that's why the ball is just laboring right over the middle part of the plate.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of hitting right here by McCann. He just gets a good pitch right down the heart of the plate.
David Peterson working with a comfy 4-run cushion before he starts his day. Well, Marte socks one deep left, and he's got himself a 2-run shot. Ketel Marte powers up for his 4th of the year. It's 4-2.
That was a changeup that didn't get down on his own. It stood up in his zone.
I'm starting to worry about Franco's over/under call here on the
I said it could be wrong.
We've gotten out of the. We're not even out of the first inning. We've got 6 runs already scored.
I take that back.
We've got nobody out in the bottom of the first.
3 free passes, also a single and a 2-run home run on the Diamondbacks side of the inning. And Vargas, chopper on the ground. That's going to get through the infield, and it's going to score 2 for the Diamondbacks. We are tied in the first. Ildemaro Vargas, just traded for this afternoon, shows up in the lineup. He's back with the Diamondbacks, and we have a fresh ball game in the opening inning. Remember when Madison Bumgarner was pitching in the first? Now he's at the plate.
Pretty good hitter, too. So
That's
you gotta
right.
be careful with him.
Bumgarner, solid contact into left. The D-backs jump ahead. It's 5-4, the RBI single from the pitcher spot in the first, and Arizona has climbed all the way back.
That's a good hitting pitcher right there.
Well, to say this is a crazy game already is an understatement, I would imagine.
McCann up the middle, solidly struck, and here comes VR rounding third. He'll score easily. It's an RBI single from James McCann to tie this game up again at 5. His 4th RBI. We're in the second. Brandon Drury, a ball and a strike. Drury clocks it over short, and he's got himself a knock, and here comes Pilar. And the Mets take the lead back. It's 6-5. Brandon Drury comes through with an RBI hit.
Boy, that's got to feel good for Drury, his former team, the Arizona Diamondbacks, to come up and get a big hit against them.
They're on the corners for Vargas. Vargas makes contact left side, and that's going to bring in the run. Peraza has to eat the baseball. The Diamondbacks tie it off an infield knock from Vargas.
Boy, and Vargas has had an impact in this game. His first day back from the trade this morning, driven in 3 runs already.
And Louis, just going back to what you said earlier, right? Just make contact with guys on base. You never know what could happen. And there you have it. 1st and 3rd. You make a little contact up the line, and just enough to have the run score.
Well, that was the last we saw from the Diamondbacks offense. The Mets bullpen was outstanding. And there's Francisco Lindor with a single and an error charged against Ketel Marte in center field. Fumbled the baseball a bit, puts him in scoring position. A wild pitch later, and suddenly you have a runner 90 feet away from breaking up this tie in the 9th. And Johnny, that's when Pete Alonso did his RBI thing.
Good piece of hitting by Pete. Man on third, make contact. You never know what could happen. Bring him in.
Pitch pretty low that he connects on. Drives it into left past the infield. And then Edwin Diaz in the 9th. Game over. Dom Smith with the squeeze, and the Mets with the W. They're 27-21 on the season, in first place in the NL East. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. The Mets racked up 16 hits today, only 2 of them the extra base variety. Not a ton of strikeouts overall from either side in this game. It was a little more old-fashioned baseball.
Yeah, a little bit here, a little bit there, a little strikeout, base hit, walks, double play, pop-ups. You had a little bit of everything.
A lot of action.
And a home run.
State Farm game summary. Mets received 3 hits from Lindor, McCann, and Smith. Alonso had the key RBI, 7-6. Your final from the desert. And over at Chase Field, our friend Steve Gilbert was on the sidelines today. Steve?
Hey, Scott, big win here for the Mets today because that gives them 2 out of 3 in this series. It's the beginning of a long road trip for them, a 9-game trip. They got now 4 games against the Padres. That's going to be really tough for them over at Petco Park before they close it up with a couple games against the Orioles in Baltimore. So to be able to bank a couple wins here like this and win a series, especially when you lose a 4-0 lead at the top of the first inning, that's going to be good momentum for them, make for a happy flight to San Diego. On the flip side, you got the Diamondbacks. They've got a longer flight to Milwaukee, and that's probably not going to be quite as enjoyable. A tough day for them. Madison Bumgarner just didn't seem to really have his good stuff today. And so, again, the struggles for them continue. They had 1 2 out of 3 before today, but, again, find themselves on the wrong side of things in this one.
Steve, thank you. Great stuff today, and we're all jealous. Enjoy that out in Arizona. Always gorgeous. And when it's too hot, they close the roof in Arizona. Diamondbacks fall 7-6 today. More from the postgame show, including mic'd up players, next.
Make fun of me with my ball glove. Sick over the head. Heart is palpitating.
Then the swing and a miss, and the bat goes all the way out. It's fair. Shallow right field, and that is good distance. The bat head hit fair, and then the handle hit foul. So we're going to call that a fair, not a fair ball, that's a fair bat.
The 1 pitch, here's a swing and a high pop-up. Behind home plate, Murphy trying to pick it out of the dome. Got tangled up with the umpire, Adrian Johnson, and somehow made the catch. First base umpire, Sean Barber, says yes, it hit a ring. And that's a dead ball. But what a job by Sean Murphy, and all for nothing.
A little while ago, I think covered up our camera, saw the towel was gone. Towel's off, still staring down the camera. Now he wants to go hide. Dad, don't look. Now watch.
Rizzo versus Freeman. He wants to punch him out so bad.
Back in Arizona, Mets take it 7-6. Your final score. It's the postgame show presented by State Farm. And we did receive some news on the Arizona side, too, that Madison Bumgarner left the game with left shoulder discomfort. He's going to have an MRI tonight. We'll get to that in a sec, but we had mic'd up players today. Eduardo Escobar and Francisco Lindor, thank you. It sounded like this.
Beautiful day for play baseball here in Arizona. Hey, how you doing, man? Nice shoes today, man.
I got the mic today, boy, so.
You got the mic?
I got the mic.
Sir.
I got the mic.
Say hello to everybody. 1, 2, 3, check, check, check. You see me?
Come on,
Boom.
Tag, tag, tag. Yeah. I got the mic today, guys. I got the mic.
I love you. We coming to San Diego.
Yeah.
Attack. What happened? Watch out! No, the right side. Sick! Diaz, the best beautiful guy in the team right there. Look at her right there. Sick!
Our boy Mason. Way to go, Mason. Boy, Mason. Hey, you making that ball bounce? Hey, that's a long single.
I could have done that, dude.
That's a long single.
Sick! Out of the way! That's all.
Are you a Jordan guy? You just like the shoes?
No, I like it. I like the shoe. You know, signing Jordan is really hard. But I love Jordan, man.
Well, you're a Caballo.
No, you Caballo.
I thought you were going to repeat history. Yeah. Base hit, home run. Base hit. And I was like, oh, home run. Hey, good inning, fellas. Good inning. Good inning. Here we go. Stay up. New pitcher. It's time to get him. Let's get on him.
Wow, it's nice play, man. Nice play. Wow. Hey, play basketball.
And Dom, still one base. Now you became a base stealer.
Johnny, I know you knew Lindor can talk, and he's fun, and he's also a coach out there. And look at his splits. He crushes Diamondbacks pitching so far this year. Not so much against the rest, but maybe this is a boost. But I think Eduardo Escobar surprised you a little bit.
Yeah, he surprised me. And it's another guy who loves the game, loves to have fun while he's out there. So both him and Lindor, they're a pleasure to watch, and so much positive vibe for the game of baseball.
Pleasure to listen to as well. That was fun to hear Francisco Lindor and Eduardo Escobar mic'd up for this game. Hey, on the Arizona side, we should cover this, Louis, that Madison Bumgarner only lasted a couple innings. We thought, hey, maybe after that rough first inning, he's going to go 5-6 innings for them. We've seen him do stuff like that before, and his team played catch-up, but he actually left the game with left shoulder discomfort, so he's going to have an MRI tonight, this according to his manager, Torey Lovello, and that's tough news for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, and we saw that. I mean, Johnny pointed it out early. He wasn't hitting his spots, and the velocity was, it was what he normally throws, but he wasn't able to hit his spot. So it's another notch here to see what happens with Madison Bumgarner. Let's hope that it's not a serious injury.
Yeah, and for the Mets, Villar goes down with the hamstring issue. They have 13 players on the injured list. Alonso, though, comes back on Monday. Huge for them. Seth Lugo, one great inning, one okay inning, but he's back. That's another relief ace for the team. So they're starting to get a little bit healthier. And they've actually been fine with the subs, with the bench mob.
Yeah, they've been fine with the bench mob. And, like I said earlier, you need these type of players to come in and step up while the regular players are hurt and getting back. Because, with the trade deadline coming, Conforto's getting like a trade back, and McNeil will be like a trade back. So you're getting the cavalry's coming, but these guys have done a great job. Every one of them that's stepped in third base, second base, center field, whoever came in to help out. They're doing a tremendous job.
Yeah, the fill-ins are filling in very nicely. The replacement players, whatever you want to call it, they've been great. The creators in the live chat today were also elite, as usual. Giraffe Neck Mark, what's been the key to the offensive surge for the Mets? I asked that question to Pete Alonso, and I'll ask that to you too, John, because for the first, 6-7 weeks of the season, we said, where is it from Lindor? Where is it from James McCann? Where's the offense from Dom Smith? And it's like they all woke up at the same time.
Yeah, I think a couple of things. Warm weather, like Louis said, warm weather. And I think it's just a matter of, they're such good players, it's just a matter of time before they start coming around. Like Pete said, it's a long season. There's going to be weeks where you hit line drives at guys and get nothing, and there's going to be weeks where you're going to get broken bat singles. So it all evens out on a long 162-game season.
Scary sign, though, Louis, I think for the rest of the league, when you see a Mets team that has been priding itself on pitching and defense, and the offense start to come around in this series against Arizona with many more reinforcements on the way.
Yeah, and I think what you're going to see now with the Mets is like Luis Rojas has his core guys in the middle of the lineup, with your Pete Alonso, your Lindors, those guys. Now they're getting healthy. They're starting to feel pretty good about themselves. And when they answer the bell each and every day and get out there in a steady lineup, you're going to see the offense pick up a lot more.
You can see they've won 6 of their last 7, averaging 5.5 runs per game. There's a little power surge for the team as well. And then a ton of San Diego Padres games coming up for the Mets. 7 of their next 9 are against San Diego.
Yeah, big series, big series.
For us, We're headed to Pittsburgh next week. Dodgers taking on the Pirates. The defending champs will be on YouTube. Then the Tigers match up with Shohei Ohtani and the Angels. We have the A's playing great baseball out west against Adolis Garcia and the Texas Rangers. Mariners match up with the Blue Jays and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. on June 30th. And then one more before the All-Star game. The Reds take on the Milwaukee Brewers. That's your YouTube exclusive schedule. So next up for us, it's the Dodgers and the Pirates. And Louis, you get to see this Dodgers team probably too much, being that you work with the Diamondbacks. But what do the Dodgers look like this year? I mean, you mentioned Trevor Bauer added to the mix, and just like every other team, Dodgers have had some injuries they've dealt with. But when you get to the end of the season, if they've got their starting rotation intact, I'm looking at Kershaw, Buehler, Bauer, and then a number of other names that if they come back look like top of the rotation guys like Tony Gonsolin.
Yeah, and I think this year coming out after the World Series, they were expecting to be in first place, and the San Francisco Giants had really surprised everybody. But I think the Giants are going to fade a little bit. The Padres are right there, but the Dodgers, like you said, with that pitching staff that they have, they're going to be in the mix. And they're looking for their offensive guys to get hot. They just got Bellinger back and some of their key offensive players, so they're going to be there at the end, I think.
I think of Lindor in comparison to Mookie Betts in that he moves over to the team, gets traded, signs the big contract. He can contribute in a number of ways, and we saw that from Lindor in the ninth inning. Betts is like that too. Even if he doesn't hit a home run or go 4 for 5, you can see him contribute in a number of different ways. So you'll see Betts and the Dodgers, and also I don't know who's pitching yet. We don't know the probables that far in advance, but chances are you're going to get a guy who's a Cy Young contender.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dodgers are stacked, and so anytime you face the Dodgers, you got your work cut out for you, that's for sure.
Yeah, the Dodgers taking on the Pirates next week. Hey, it was great to have you back on a Mets broadcast.
Thank you. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed catching up with you and seeing my old buddy Louie out in Arizona, and it was just a great day.
Yeah, 15 of his 22 seasons with the
pleasure,
New York
guys.
Mets. Yeah, Louie, hey, you were awesome. It was great to have you on board as well. I know you two matched up. We mentioned it in 1999, but to have two guys that are really valued and cherished in franchise history on a broadcast like this was special for us on the YouTube side. Louie, and you did a great job from Arizona. We felt like we were all together.
We sure did.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you to Luis Gonzalez and John Franco and Steve Gilbert as well. All right, we'll do this again next week on YouTube with the Pirates hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers on June the 10th. That's Thursday. Coverage starts up noon Eastern with our pregame show on MLB's YouTube channel. Over 3 million subscribers now, too. We'll see you then. For the greats, John Franco, Luis Gonzalez, and Steve Gilbert, and our big-time superstar crew behind the scenes, I'm Scott Braun, logging out for now. We'll be here next week for more baseball on YouTube. Mets win today, 7-6.